Salve Francieliton, salve cachorro de regime, salve Daniel Cunha, salve Strongstar Family, nossa, salve Miguel Vitor, salve Jogar de Boa, salve Cícero, salve Léo, salve Alex, salve Juan, salve Vitor Costa. Um pouquinho eu ver como é que vai estar o áudio aí, eu já vou melhorando, aumentando aí para vocês escutar o documentário aí. Eu vou divulgar a live. É, eu não vi esse documentário ainda, só vi a galera falar muito pra mim assistir aí. Eu ia assistir em off, cara. Eu ia assistir em off aqui, mas aí como pediram muito, mano. Como pediram muito pra assistir junto, então vamos assistir junto, né, cara? Nossa! Deixa eu ver quem mais aqui. Sim, Eduardo Jordão. Deixa eu ver onde é que faltou. Salve Walter Santos, salve Natan. Quem mais? Salve Leno Cordeiro, salve Wallace. Salve Bruno Alejandro. 70 Bicratos, nossa! Salve Balrog, salve Guilherme Mergulhão. Salve Exobel. Nossa! Olha a produção, Carlos Alessi. Salve Manó. Salve Quick, salve LCzinho. Sim, tem legenda em português, já tá até ativado já. Já vou testar ali. Vamos fazer o teste aqui. Não, senão nem ia ter graça a ver, né? Salve Dantas, salve Renato. Salve Gantz, salve Anderson Família. Salve Frenético, salve Isaac, salve Marreta. Um dia sai, Marreta. Um dia sai uma live nu. Cara, que vergonha a Sony falando, né? E espero que a Microsoft mantenha os jogos multiplataforma. Que feio, né, cara? Ter que depender assim. Que feio, né, mano? Ficou feio o negócio. Pode crer, ô Zarbon. Eu acho que a Microsoft tem a chance de botar o Crash como mascote agora. Já pensou que virada, cara? Vou botar aqui pra ver como é que tá o áudio aí. Se tá baixinho, como é que tá.
Video games are one of the most powerful mediums ever created. This merger of imagination and technology
Ó, deixei
has
num volume
introduced a
aqui.
fundamental
Aí vocês me
evolution
falam como é que
in
tá aí.
human interaction.
Se tá bom, como é que tá. Eu vou voltar daí desde o início.
And now
Deixar tocando um
represents a
pouco enquanto eu vou
culture
lendo os comentários, daí eu já
of
volto.
2.4
Já
billion
volto pra ler
gamers
ali.
connected worldwide. But just 20 years ago, the console that
O
kicked
que o
off the
Phil
era of
falou,
online gaming in the living
se for
room
que quer revitalizar os jogos, eu amo o
almost
Phil,
didn't
cara.
exist.
Salve Felipe, salve
You ever want to
Anderson,
make hardware?
No, that's one thing that
salve
we decided not to
Cappuccino.
do.
The idea that Microsoft could ever create a game console was seen as a bit of a joke.
Microsoft.
They wear khakis and they're boring and they're Office and they're Windows.
Might as well call it Nerd Box, right?
I can't imagine how it could be better.
A new console
Boa
was
noite,
seen as a
Paulo.
risky bet.
There it
Como é que
is.
tá aí o
At a
áudio? Tá bom ou
company
não?
not
Tá
accustomed
mais alto que minha
to
voz?
losing.
Como é que tá?
Taking money away from Windows in order to fund some game system?
That is an
Eu vi,
insane
Nathan.
business to get into.
It was fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Pode crer, Marreta.
This is the story of how a passionate group of gamers forever changed the course.
E aí, como é que tá o áudio aí? Tá bom? Vamos lá, galera. Fala aí só pra eu poder tocar aqui o documentário. Isso, exatamente, Rush. Amo o Phil Spencer, cara. Amo ele. Se ele fizer isso aí, pá, cara. Salve, Ironhide. Tá um pouco mais alto? Tá alto? Tá, vou baixar um pouquinho aqui então. E aí vai ficar de boa, acho. Salve, Shigami! É boa demais? Quero ver então, mano. Aproveitar e passar uns salves antes de começar a assistir, mano. É curtinho, 41 minutinhos, dá pra ver uns 2 ou 3 episódios aí. Cara, Tio Phil revitalizar as franquias que eu amo. Pá, cara, aí sim, né, mano? Aí sim. Novo Gun, novo True Crime, novo Tony Hawk. Nossa, nem sei por onde pensar, mano. Eu queria um remaster dos True Crime. E aí já estaria show já. Salve, Fábio Henrique. Ah, pode crer, Yashi Chopra. Nossa, verdade, ninja. Para ver as horas de jogada, esse que tá em cima aí é o Exofase, tá? Exofase, tá aí na descrição. Tem o meu Exofase com todos os meus coisas ali, vocês podem ver o de vocês também. Mas também, se for pelo PlayStation, dá pra ver pelo PSN Profiles também. É, o Guitar Hero vai ser pra arrebentar, mano. Guitar Hero vai ser pra arrebentar. Ô Dunga, eu tenho um vídeo aí comparativo, cara, justamente sobre isso, viu? Comparando os dois controles. Só dá uma procuradinha no canal aí, Dunga, que tu vai encontrar, mano. Cara, eu queria o Black Ops 1 Remaster dos Call of Duty. O 2 eu gostei, mas eu gostei muito mais do 1. Muito mais do 1. Não, Dark Watch era da Capcom, não era? Não lembro agora. Isso, o remaster dos Tony Hawks. Seria muito foda, mano. O Black Ops é o mais top deles pra mim, cara. O que mais merecia ser remasterizado. Eu fui jogar esses tempos, mas é muito feio, né, pra hoje em dia, cara. Ele tá bem datadão, assim, bem. Tá bem veião, né? Tá bem. Envelheceu mal, coitado do Black Ops. Se bem que eu joguei no Play 3 também, não cheguei a jogar no Xbox pra ver se ele melhora um pouco. Sim, aquela campanha do Black Ops, meu Deus do céu, cara. É, hoje a Sony colocou um trailer lá do Call of Duty lá, que estão em promoção, não sei o quê. Ah! É, Sony, bora fazer propaganda pra Microsoft de graça, cara. É, mano. Bom, galera, eu acho que eu vou meter pra nós assistir já, né? Vamos ver junto aí, mano. Sim, Roberto. Não, o Onimusha é da Capcom. Cícero, tem vídeo no canal, cara. Tem vídeo no canal falando justamente sobre o preço do ritmo. Vocês têm que ver o canal aí, mano. Salve, Bruno BR. É a resposta da Sony. Bom, vamos começar a ver aqui então. Deixa eu voltar.
Video games are one of the most powerful mediums ever created. This merger of imagination and technology has introduced a fundamental evolution in human interaction. And now represents a culture of 2.4 billion gamers connected.
Pô, até controle da Sony aparecendo ali, cara. Sony, Nintendo.
Just 20 years ago, the console that kicked off the era of online gaming in the living room almost didn't exist.
Ó, quase não existiu. Nossa.
You ever want to make hardware?
No, that's one thing that we decided not to do.
The idea that Microsoft could ever create a game console was seen as a bit of a joke.
Microsoft?
They wear khakis and they're boring and their office and their windows.
Might as well call it nerd box, right?
I can't imagine how it could be better.
A new console was seen as a risky bet.
There it is.
at a company not accustomed to losing.
You're proposing taking money away from Windows in order to fund some game system?
That is an insane business to get into.
It was fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
This is the story of how a passionate group of gamers forever changed
Legal a
the
animação.
course of a corporate titan.
They saw the future.
Broadband internet to the television set.
Essa é a parte 1.
Like, you can do that?
And then Bill says, we should do this. We should let these guys do this.
And the journey to get that controller into our hands.
This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Fire at will!
Think about the way you could tell stories with that.
No matter where you are in the world, we can all be part of one bigger community.
We need this. This is like the hotline.
Ué, rapaz, até o tio Snoopy tá ali, cara.
You take it for granted now, but back then this was like science fiction.
We weren't sure how we were going to do it.
Ó, boca de sacola. Não.
TV.
Oh, God.
Gamers are not going to be tolerant at any level.
Aquela cagada que eles fizeram.
The risk here was enormous.
You're always just one catastrophic bug away from not making it.
I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fierce competition. Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Pode demorar, mas pode acontecer, ô Nathan. Pra continuar arrogante assim. Os renegados.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates.
Nossa, bem novinho.
Chairman of Microsoft. In this video, you're going to see the future. Microsoft first came up with the Windows concept back in 1983. I'm going to show you real quickly a couple highlights from the product.
Bem novinho.
The graphics interface is an integral part of this new generation to take PCs much further than they've gone before.
When I came to Microsoft in 1987, the average age was 27, and I was 27. We were an amazing young company with an amazing young founder in Bill Gates.
He knew business better than anybody out there, and he also knew technology. He was able to synthesize things that nobody else in the industry could.
It was incredibly fast-moving. It was the kind of place where people didn't hold back. For someone who just wanted to really let loose and grow and learn, it was an amazing place.
Bill Gates and the team back then were the disruptors, which was exciting and palpable.
Nossa, bem novinho mesmo.
We just thought of ourselves kind of the rebels, kind of, you know, where the big companies like IBM were these huge companies, but we were this little rebel group of hackers, you know, doing this cool work.
I'm very optimistic about where we're going.
But that really changed in 95.
Windows 95 has taken over computer stores.
They were online in the middle of the night. Personal computer users packed into stores dying to get their hands on one.
When Windows 95 launched, it was like a coming out party for the whole company.
Microsoft made a thing that everybody in the world wanted. It was like air to me. It just was. It existed and you needed it.
Today's world, you can't make it.
Isso é uma verdade, né? Por mais que o Windows incomode, eu não consigo ficar sem, cara. Por mais que seja uma incomodação do caralho, eles fizeram um negócio, mano, que não... Mano, eu não consigo fazer. Eu já tentei Linux, tudo quanto é coisa. Não consigo, mano. Eu acabo sempre voltando pro Windows. Isso é incrível, cara. É impressionante o poder que o Windows tem, mano. Salve, Fábio Rio, salve, Sauron. O que ele falou, Cappuccino Clipes? Sonistas do Brasil foram no Twitter americano impedir a compra da Activision falando em monopólio. Sério, cara? Que vergonha, mano. Fala pra nós aí, Cappuccino. Só pra mim não sair daqui do documentário aqui, mano. Salve, Diegão. Salve, Campbell. Cara, eu curto Lego sim, mano. Adoro. Eu quero fazer vários 1000G e platina dos Lego ainda daqui pra frente. Tá faltando eu começar a fazer as miletação deles. Salve, Cláudio Cisaro, é isso? Cisaro. Bom, vou assistir mais um pouco aí, o Caputino comenta aí, depois eu vejo o que ele falou. O que o Phil Spencer mencionou Sony. Ah, foi sobre ele honrar o contrato já feito? Ah, de boa, era o que eu imaginava, né? Até março de 2023 a Sony tem jogos da Activision ainda para estrear no console. Então, né? Ele disse que falou com a Sony, disse que ia continuar com os contratos e não ia tirar o código do PlayStation. Bom, depois eu vou ver lá o que ele falou, mas também não importa, o rombo já tá feito, né? Olha o GP Shadow. É. Vamos ver como é que vai ser daqui pra frente, cara. Bom, vou botar aqui o documentário.
Has thousands of programs that some of us may need. I can run 3 or 4 applications at the same time.
Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out.
By the late 90s, Windows was dropping $1 billion to the bottom line every month.
3, 2, 1, It was the most profitable business in the history of the human race. I don't think there's ever been anything remotely like it unless you count the Spaniards going to the New World and like literally hollowing out a mountain made of silver.
Cara, eu vou ter que pausar mais uma vez. Toda vez eu vou ter que falar a mesma coisa, cara. Toda vez eu vou ter que falar a mesma coisa. Eu não sou de nenhum dos dois, cara, ô Campbell. Eu não sou de nenhum dos dois, cara. Olha a pergunta, mano. Agora você é play ou box? Mano, eu tenho os dois, cara, ó. Eu tenho os dois, cara. Sempre vou ter, eu sou gamer. Se eu tivesse uma porra de um Switch, eu mostrava que enfiava na cara de vocês também. Pô, mano, vai ser sempre a mesma. Eu não posso fazer uma notícia do Xbox que os caras, pô, foi pro Xbox. Eu faço notícia da Sony, pá, foi pra Sony. Eu faço a notícia do Stream Deck lá, do Steam Deck, da coisa. Ah, foi pra, né? Foi pro portátil da Steam. Pelo amor de Deus, mano, é sempre a mesma pergunta, cara. Você tem que entender que o canal aqui é gamer, sempre vai jogar de tudo, irmão. Sempre, a minha profissão é ser gamer no YouTube aqui, o que paga minhas contas, mano, não vai ser sempre assim. Ah, depende do que eu jogo mais. Pelo amor de Deus, cara. Puta que pariu. É sempre assim, mano. É sempre assim, cara. A baunda, limpar minha baunda com água fria, né? Salve, Rafaker. Eu quero ter todos os consoles, cara. Quero ter uma placa de vídeo ainda e jogar no PC também. Podia estar jogando agora que é porra do God of War na Steam. Aí vão dizer, mas o Clancy foi pra Steam. Ah, vamos cagar no mato, mano. Salve, Arthur Gay. Bom, vamos lá, vamos assistir aqui. Mito isento. Eu tenho que ter um lado por quê, eu sou otaku? Eu tenho que ter algum lado por quê, mano? Esse aqui é o canal que não precisa agradar ninguém, mano. Não precisa agradar ninguém, eu falo o que eu quiser aqui, mano. Quem quiser fazer doação, virar membro, é vocês aí. Não tô aqui, eu vou fazer um monte de vídeo pra agradar os caras. Mano, eu tô pouco me fudendo, cara. Eu vou fazer o que eu quiser sempre aqui. Se a Microsoft fizer uma cagada, eu sou o primeiro a falar aqui, cara. Inclusive, esses dias atrás eu tava metendo pau nela ali por causa que adiou o Stalker. Rafaker, mas eu já falei pra vocês ir no grupo lá do Desconto Gamer pra ser notificado, viu? A galera tá comprando em peso lá, mano. Lá no Facebook o povo tava discutindo se você é sonista ou não. Pelo amor de Deus, cara. A galera acha que é como se fosse um time de futebol, mano. A galera é muito literal, cara. Isso aí é o Brasil. Paizinho do caralho, mano. País de briguento, fofoqueiro, lacrador. Aí sempre o cara é obrigado a escolher um lado. Eu vou comprar tudo que eu quiser, rapaz. Viva o capitalismo e pau nesse teu cu. Salve, Rafa. Perdeu um pouco, cara. Eu não consigo assistir. É por isso que eu não queria assistir isso aqui. em vídeo, porque eu tenho que parar toda hora, porque é muito comentário, muita coisa, então eu não sei se eu vou conseguir ver, cara. Aí o pessoal, por que não assiste documentário do Xbox? Não dá, cara. Não dá, a galera quer atenção. A galera quer atenção. Salve, Renato! Ai, ai, mexeram na ferida do mito. Ferida? Eu jogo com a pista em cima dos controles, assim, ó. Pega a pista e bate em cima do controle do Xbox, do Play 5, e tô dando risada, cara. Ferida é o que vai ficar na berola desse teu rabo aí quando eu socar o patê. Ai, ai, ai. O que mais? Cadê? Boa moto? Pode crer, o Motocrotos, ô Diego, já me chamaram disso também, cara. Motocrotos. Tá, vamos cagar, eu vou botar aqui, vamos a merda. Salve pra todo mundo aí, vamos se fuder.
A giant cash machine, and it strongly disagrees with the government.
In the late 90s, we were sort of the bad guys, the Death Star.
The perception of Microsoft, I think generally was not great. They were in the middle of the Justice Department monopoly issues.
We were the big gorilla in the room on most subjects. And so people viewed us as sort of the big bad tech company.
By 1999, 90% of computers worldwide used the Microsoft Windows operating system.
Não adianta negar, cara. O Windows é uma potência. Por mais que eu xingo toda a vida essa merda que vive dando problema, não consigo usar outro.
Microsoft Office into this big business. We were the tech behemoth.
Windows overtook that industry and transformed the world.
Project Play.
During that period, disruption was coming from all sides.
Ó. Vocês sabiam que eles tinham parceria com a Sony já há muito tempo, né? Criaram o MSX.
History of producing personal and home entertainment hardware. And then, in 1994, Sony struck gold with the PlayStation, a gaming console with unparalleled success.
The launch of PlayStation really thrust gaming into popular culture in a big way.
Tá vendo? Esse é o tipo de coisa que falta, sempre faltou no cachista, geralmente por causa dos fanáticos aqui no Brasil, porque, cara, é inegável, até o próprio Phil Spencer, eu já vi o Boquinha de Sacola falando que o PlayStation é a fundação dos jogos, cara. Uma coisa vocês têm que admitir, cara, o Play 1 foi... Eu acho, cara, que por causa do Play 1, hoje em dia, o mundo dos games tá assim, porque ele foi um negócio assim, cara, foi um negócio absurdo. E muito antes, até da Microsoft ter o próprio console dela, já tinha Sony com o Play 1. E foi bem difícil a história do Play 1 também. Então, uma coisa que todo mês que a Sony vá falir alguma coisa, a importância da Sony é por esses motivos, cara. Sabe, Lucas? É que hoje eu tô aqui, cara, puto que o PlayStation tá atirado, cara. O PlayStation, ele tá atirado. Então, é por esse motivo, cara. É por reconhecer a fundação dos games e da Sony no mundo dos games que eu tô chateado hoje em dia, cara. E aí os caras pensam, ele tá falando do Xbox, foi pro Xbox. Não, cara. Simplesmente eu tô triste com uma coisa que eu sei. Eu comprei o Play 5 primeiro, cara. Comprei o Play 5 primeiro. É algo que sempre vem primeiro por causa das franquias que a Sony tem. Mas e cadê, cara? Cadê? Sabe? Só que nem eu tava falando, né? O cachista, ele tem que reconhecer a importância da Sony no mundo dos games. Pode ver que até a Microsoft estava mostrando aqui para vocês a importância que foi. Entendeu? É por isso que hoje em dia o sonista, ele fica muito chateado por causa de umas coisas dessas. A Sony tem a importância, mas parece que a própria Sony não sabe, cara. Tá aí. Tá tudo atirado, né?
An opportunity for gaming to be even bigger and touch entertainment.
What Sony discovered was a console was really a Trojan horse to the living room. And once that device,
olha que legal, cara, os caras citando a Sony, que coisa foda isso, cara. Mito demais. Olha isso, cara. Caralho, mano, falando na cara dura do PlayStation, cara, coisa boa.
And if they could connect all those things together, it would be a computer, a potentially existential threat to Microsoft.
Que top, cara.
Without further ado, let me introduce to you the next generation PlayStation technology.
Even before Sony launched PlayStation 2, they were just creating this perception of inevitability. PlayStation 2 was the next big thing, and
O Play 2 arregaçou com tudo, né? Play 2 foi algo...
We said our new PlayStation is so powerful that it's going to replace the PC.
Sony was showing a slide at trade shows and to our customers of a future home that was full of PlayStations and didn't have any PCs in it.
Which was like shooting cannonballs over Microsoft headquarters.
It was an incredibly arrogant thing for them to do, but it was pointed too. I mean, that was a very serious threat.
In the 90s, Microsoft was a paranoid place. And when somebody said Sony's going to put a PC in the living room, that got everybody's attention.
Caralho, mano.
And if Sony was at the point of locking
Sony
down
fez os caras tremer na base, mano.
what was Microsoft going to do?
One possible answer was brewing not from the
Então,
top executive
concluindo,
ranks.
o PlayStation 1 foi tão poderoso que eles ficaram com medo de superar o Windows deles. Teoricamente é isso. Caralho, mano. Pra vocês verem o tamanho da importância do PlayStation, hein? Então, outra coisa, né? Por causa do PlayStation nasceu o Xbox. E aí vocês não entendem quando eu digo que tem que ter concorrência. Entendeu? Aí que tá, mano. É muito, muito bom ter uma coisa autoexplicativa assim, cara. Os caras tremeram na base com o Play 1, sendo que foi o mais vagabundinho de todos, mas revolucionou, né? O Play 1 fez os caras se cagar todo a ponto de pensar em criar um console. Caralho, mano. Essa eu não sabia. Essa aí eu não tava sabendo. Então, olha aí, ó. Com a porra da concorrência nasceu um console. Então, não preciso nem explicar, mas que bom que tem um documentário assim pra vocês verem, cara. E não é só eu que tô inventando. Os caras que estão falando.
4 renegades on the DirectX software team who were working on tech to help developers create games for Windows, and who were united by a fervent belief that games were the future.
I was leading the DirectX development team with one of my colleagues on the marketing side of DirectX, Ted Hasse. You know, the question that we were starting to ask is, where was all this graphics technology headed? Windows had won the desktop operating system wars. So we're starting to ask where there could be threats or opportunities in the future.
Da Sony só tem o documentário, Francérito.
And an all-encompassing entertainment
Oh,
platform
Crash here.
for the living room as being an opportunity for us.
Otto had carefully built a career at Microsoft, and he had already
Tem
taken
até
risks
motoqueiro aí.
because Otto could
Toda
have
pinta de
been an
motoqueiro.
important
Harley
programmer
Davidson.
in a legitimate Microsoft group like Windows or Office. Instead, he chose to be in this DirectX group because he was passionate about graphics.
Ted and I both had folks on our teams we felt could bring some additional brain power to the conversation, including Seamus Blackley.
How do you describe Seamus? He's just a piece of work. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met.
Tem até a Abby do
Being a
Xbox, né?
physicist and a really amazing mathematician, Shane has really embodied the heart of what it meant to be a game developer.
When I saw arcade games when I was little, when I saw Computer Space, my first idea was not, I want to play this game for hours. My idea was, how can I make my own thing?
One of Ted's employees
Salve, Charlie.
was Kevin Bacchus, who had a financial and market analysis background.
Kevin's like a Vulcan in the best possible way. His interface to the world is entirely intellectual.
That is correct. We had day jobs for DirectX, but a lot of our thinking was how we could build brand new technology that was single-mindedly focused on making the very best games.
The four of us, we played games, and we love games, and we
Love you,
wanted to
Marcio.
make them. That really meant something for us.
They were working on DirectX, a set
Tem o
of
documentário
software
do
tools
God
that
of War, muito bom.
standardized game development across PC hardware, and which was readily embraced
Salve,
by
garota.
PC game developers. But the team saw a way to push DirectX further, with an idea that could revolutionize the foundation of console game development.
With Windows and DirectX, we have the platform that everybody wants to do the work on to make the games. We already have the entire infrastructure of everything you need to create all this technology sitting on our platform. If we could only create a single hardware standard, a box designed just to run DirectX. It gave us the idea that we could produce better games than Sony and Nintendo and Sega.
At that time, Japanese game consoles had very proprietary chipsets and they just didn't work very well for, Western developers. The instructions on how to use it would be in Japanese. What the DirectX group was proposing was, there's a better way to do this. We're going to use PC architecture that you're familiar with, which is just going to work out of the gate.
No início do Play 1, o que eles estão falando agora aí, é que eles queriam deixar mais fácil de criar jogo, porque o Play 1 ele se destacou dos concorrentes, porque ele tinha bibliotecas prontas para os criadores de jogo. Tipo assim, como colocar o sistema de controle, memory card, tudo isso aí, já, a Sony entregava para os caras uma biblioteca pronta para eles poder criar o jogo já com o sistema base, não precisa estar construindo sistema de comando, sistema de save, já tinha tudo pronto. Não, Will, aqui quem manda sou eu e vai te foder. Inclusive eu vou parando e vou comentando, porque aqui eu sou assim. E aí agora, o que eles estão falando? Ó, essa biblioteca do Play 1 que facilitava muito para criar era em japonês e muita gente acabava largando mão por ser japonês. Então eles já pensaram em criar um videogame com arquitetura de PC para se distanciar da Sony, para vocês verem como é que os caras já entenderam que o PlayStation era uma ameaça desde o lançamento, desde o início, cara. Salve, Alexandre! Entendeu? Interessante, cara. Muito foda.
They had an incredibly developer-friendly story. You already know how to write these games. If you've written them for PC, you can write them for console as well. That message is pretty powerful.
For us, this was about advancing the gamer's interests and the game developer's interest, which would advance Microsoft's interests. So we decided that this was the right time to try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building a game console. At the same time, nobody ever believed that Microsoft would actually have the audacity to attempt such a thing.
The four of us, we were on a journey to get support for this crazy idea around putting a DirectX-powered box in the living room to deliver interactive content.
We were trying to crash meetings and get traction on this thing.
We were an annoyance.
Nobody knows who the hell we
Que legal essa animação, cara.
We were constantly discovering super important people who were roadblocks or who wouldn't get it and who didn't think games were important.
You're proposing taking money away from office development in order to fund some game system?
These people dreaded having meetings.
Ah, ficaram até com medo, cara. Caralho.
No surprise, displacing the stated direction of a company at the scale of Microsoft was not a trivial undertaking.
Realizing that who you knew inside of Microsoft was at least as important as what you knew, we brought in the guy who could try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building our game console, Nat Brown.
I had a lot of time spent talking with different teams and working with kind of long-term strategic planning.
Nat had an incredible network of connections. He opened up a lot of doors for us.
Nat was sort of like our Obi-Wan Kenobi, this wizard figure who would show up and go, oh, I know who you need to call. You need to talk to the guys in this division or that division. He knew the structure to Microsoft.
It's been nothing but a fight to figure out how the place works.
One of the first things Nat said was we needed a proper code name.
Something that would plant in people's head and take on a life of its own.
Nat said, well, isn't it really a DirectX box in the living room? I'm like, yeah.
Como é que surgiu o nome, né?
That's what it's about. And we just put up on the board, let's call it the DirectX box.
DirectX box. Faz todo sentido, cara.
And I remember saying, that's too long.
Que top, cara.
We like that.
That was our code name as a stand-in until we had something better come along.
We built a business case that showed how big this business could be. To get
Boa noite, Paulo Alemão.
You have to distribute it, you have to go socialize it. My trick was getting our stuff in front of executives to make them say, I want to understand this business.
The team set their sights on a logical choice. A senior executive who spoke their language, literally.
Yeah, I'll play real quick.
Ed Fries was a Microsoft lifer. He joined as an intern.
Ed had been critical in the development of Office.
One of the biggest franchises, even at that time, that Microsoft ever had.
He had this passion for games. He loved games. He programmed a game at a very early
Não,
age.
gente, esse documentário saiu há pouco tempo, cara. Deixa eu ver ali o dia que tá ali, ó. Publicado em 13 de dezembro. Foi no finalzinho do ano passado, ó. Tem o quê? Um pouquinho mais de um mês. Um pouquinho mais de um mês esse documentário tem. Não, ô Zeus e Ard, você se faz de louco que não entende o que o cara fala, né, mano? Eu tô falando de bibliotecas de criação de jogo, como era feito naquela época. Criação de jogo. Isso aqui que a gente tá falando é arquitetura de PC para criar jogo. É bem diferente, por isso que eu já tô falando. A Sony tinha a biblioteca para criar jogos daquela forma que criavam, para facilitar. A Microsoft pensou mais na frente ainda, que é lançar uma arquitetura de PC, entendeu? Para se distanciar da Sony. Vocês têm que, ó, tem que escutar e entender. Não tentar ficar achando errinho e ficar tentando corrigir, não. Perder tempo comentando aí. Sauron Spencer. Já teve canal defendendo? Meu Deus do céu. Bom, bora lá.
Most high schoolers were getting their first minimum wage jobs. Freeze was already cashing royalty checks from his first game.
So let's take a look at this high-quality product.
A clone of the hit arcade game Frogger. Aptly named...
Sim, hoje é. Hoje é assim. Hoje é arquitetura PC.
When I left office to go run the games group, people told me I was committing career suicide. Thank you, that's it. Good night. They said, why would you leave office, one of the most important parts of the company, to go work on something no one cares about? And when I got there, running the games group, I found out they were right. No one cared about what I was doing, and that was awesome.
In 95, the games group was really small. It was like 20 people in a lot of these tech
Nossa, o
companies.
Flight Simulator tem desde 95, cara. Caralho, mano.
Microsoft at the time didn't care very much about games. I think we were just more of a hobby.
We were gamers working in like the bowels of some Microsoft corporate building. Our goal at the time was to push Windows as a gaming platform.
I always felt like I was doing underdog stuff, and that's actually what I really enjoyed. I enjoyed trying to bring Microsoft from behind in PC games.
After Windows 95 launched, we had to wear these t-shirts that said Microsoft knows games.
You know, it was obvious. We didn't really know games, otherwise we wouldn't have had to put it on our shirt.
Uau, os caras se fazendo acreditar, nem sabiam porra nenhuma de videogame.
In Age of Empires.
But after a couple years, we launched Age of Empires.
It was kind of crazy what a fascination that game became. And it was one of the signature PC strategy games for years.
That was actually a huge success for us, and we started to do some acquisitions. And we were
Valeu, Marcelo.
Business.
As we started to ship more quality games, we finally got to the point where we were respected in Microsoft, and people were like, okay, Microsoft actually does know what it's doing when it comes to games.
Ed took a broken games business and fixed it and made it profitable and found a way to do it at Microsoft. These are difficult double black belt Aikido corporate moves.
Steering the tiny PC games division into a profitable department had won Ed the trust of Bill Gates. And yet, Freeze himself wasn't satisfied.
Our PC market share was growing into the teens, and at the same time we weren't doing anything in the console space, and that to me seemed like a bit of a waste. You know, there was this huge market out there. One day these guys from the DirectX team walked into my office and they pitched me on this thing, an Xbox, and basically what they pitched was a disguised PC. I thought, oh, this is great. This is like a bridge for me to get to the console business.
Salve, Paulo.
This box that will run a native version of DirectX, which is the part of Windows that's really focused on the game developer, was revolutionary.
It's going to be easy to port to this machine, easy to take my games and make them run. Unlike running on PlayStation at that time or a Nintendo machine that were just very alien hardware compared to a PC.
Viu? Bem diferente as arquiteturas.
All this game development is happening on the PC. We wanted to make a console that was specifically designed to be.
O cara achava que parecia um alien. As arquiteturas dos jogos. Olha como é que eles entendiam de games, hein?
That's a good idea.
Caralho, mano, que top.
Basically, I said, you know, I'm in. I like this idea. I want to help you guys.
The DirectX team, these were troublemakers, upstarts. They didn't have these reputations that Ed had as sort of born and bred to work at Microsoft.
They didn't really have any political clout within the company. It was, I think, a big win for them to get me on their side, from my point of view.
This unlikely alliance would bring the Xbox team closer to the biggest test of all. Pitching Bill Gates.
É, e aí ia ser difícil, hein?
Opportunity would come sooner than anyone expected.
When Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2, they started talking about how they were going to be the death.
Olha isso, cara. Caralho, velho.
Going into the next century, our EE, the emotion engine.
É fodão também esse Play 2, hein, cara?
Holy crap,
Tomar no cu, hein?
Our new CPU architecture significantly outperforms even the fastest Pentium 3 architecture that's in the market today.
They showed beautiful fighters, models twirling around. They showed 1,000 delicate rose petals falling from the sky to show just how many polygons, just the raw math.
Os caras são fãzás da Sony, mano. Por incrível que pareça.
It's got the power of 1,000 suns behind it.
For Microsoft, that really crystallized what the stakes were. And Bill asked the DirectX team to do an analysis of these claims that Sony had made.
As you can imagine, getting on Bill's calendar
Caralho,
was
mano.
next to impossible. I felt a huge sense of pressure to make things happen and make them happen quickly.
Otto and Seamus provided a fantastic breakdown.
Olha lá, analisaram o Play 2 total, cara.
Did and did not do, which claims were true, which claims were exaggerated.
Caralho, mano.
And at the end, they very audaciously slipped in a little mention of the fact that, you know, we could build a console
Olha isso,
too.
cara.
And we put
Salve,
together what
Walter.
we thought at the time was a pretty compelling argument.
Os caras debulharam o PlayStation pra entender por que era tão foda, mano. Como é que pode, cara?
But it wasn't until mid-March of 1999.
Os caras não conseguiu acreditar, mano.
That the possibility was
Aí pra Sony tá atirado hoje em dia, hein? Que vergonha, hein?
at its annual leadership retreat.
A Sony parece um mendigo nas ruas de Nova York.
Annual Think Week to think about strategically what sort of projects.
Play 2 foi um marco, cara. Deus o livre. Até a Microsoft, os caras eram fã e tremiam na base, cara. Tem uma noção?
We all sat in a room, and people could propose a topic for a breakout.
We would write down a question, and we'd stand there with our question in front of us.
People moved around, and everybody voted what topic they wanted to work on.
And the question I wrote that year was, what if companies like
Olha lá, cara, o Play 2, um puta robô fodelão.
and they all pooled all the subsidies that they were paying to acquire customers. They could put
Vocês sabem que como é que pode a ironia do destino, cara? Isso aqui que aconteceu no passado, os caras estão apavorados com a Sony, apavorados com o console deles. Isso aconteceu há poucos dias atrás, cara. Essa paulada no mundo dos games foi o Play 2, cara. A história tá se repetindo. Agora, no momento que a gente tá, pode acontecer a mesma coisa que aconteceu no passado aí e surgir algo bom do lado da Sony para rebater. Só que todo mundo já tá desanimado com a Sony, entendeu? Sabe que tá tudo atirado, sabe que não tem anúncio, então pode acontecer algo muito bom, como foi a vinda do Xbox aí na época, mas olha, cara, eu tô com o pé atrás ainda. A Sony tá muito parada, mas é só para vocês entenderem, né? Esse desespero que os caras estão... Eu tenho certeza que a Sony tá agora, mano. Como assim comprou Activision? Como assim comprou Call of Duty? Como assim comprou Crash? Como assim esses caras já tinham a Bethesda e compraram a porra da Activision? Como assim 70 bilhões contra nós? 70 bilhões só pra competir com a gente? Mano, os caras da Sony nesse momento eles estão arrancando os cabelos, cara. Não sabem mais como fazer. Eles estão igual as formigas no formigueiro juntando as comidas, os bagulhos, sabe, Jesley? Pode acontecer outro concorrente também. Se a Sony fizer cagada, né? Já sabe.
It would be so ubiquitous and so highly wanted. That's all I said.
If they could get it into the home as a game console, it would be like the comet that hit the Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs, meaning the Windows PC.
I got a big line of people behind me on that one, including Bill, and off we went to start talking about it for a couple hours.
And so we had a sort of a 2-hour thrash on pros and cons of video game console. What was the state of play with Sony?
And coming out of there, Gates just called it. He wanted me to look into what we should do about it.
Thompson's big question resonated with Gates, and a call went out to the entire company looking for anyone who could answer.
It was sort of an all-points bulletin to senior managers all over the company saying...
Salve, Kaiser. Tá dando risada essas horas, mano.
And so, in March of 99, the
O
director
Sauron Spencer tá nas alturas essas horas, mano. Chocou o mundo dos games.
Was brought together for a meeting to talk about whether we should have a comprehensive game strategy for the entire company. We took that opportunity to say, listen, not only do we have a perspective on this, we actually have a presentation, a PowerPoint deck that we'd like to share with everybody that says what we, the DirectX team, think the company should do. And obviously that created a great stir at the meeting. Nobody was expecting that. It was a great surprise to us to find out there were other parts of the company that had aspirations of doing the same thing.
I was running a team in what was known as the Windows CE group. Windows CE was an operating system designed to run devices like handheld computers or even game consoles via partnership we struck with
aí, ó.
Sega around their...
Ó o Play 5 aí, gente, ó. Ó o Play 5 estacionado aí, ó. Olha o easter egg do Play 5 aí, mano, ó. Entendedores entenderão. Sabe o Elcler?
That was not a success in the marketplace, but it was a legitimate console play.
Nossa, o que teve de console nessa época aí.
We had the hardware expertise, and we had a proposal for what Microsoft should do next in the console space.
Obviously, these guys think they know how to make a game console and that they should do it instead of us. We opened the door and Bill's interested in a game console, so now they're gonna...
Ô Jazz, ele não tem console principal, joga em tudo. Principal pra mim é jogar. Tudo onde eu posso. Tá o Jetstream?
Their argument was, we already know how to do this. What do these kids know? Go with us.
The DirectX team was young and hungry, full of tech know-how and vision. But Windows CE was well known within the company and had experience on their side.
Os caras não entendiam nada de games e foram se meter a fazer, cara. Que top, hein? Ainda bem que deu certo, mas por pouco também não se fudiu tudo, né?
To bring a game console to market.
And it came to this big battle with Bill.
It was what Microsoft often seemed to do, which is pit two groups of smart people against each other. Classic Bill Gates move.
The stage for the cage match was set. The DirectX and Windows CE teams
Exatamente,
fought
Clear.
for the right to make a Microsoft game console in front of founder Bill Gates. To the victors belonged the spoils.
Pra vocês verem, né? O Xbox se o Bill Gates, os caras do PC se cagaram de medo do PlayStation. E o PlayStation só surgiu porque deu errado com a Nintendo. Olha como é que pode a história da Sony, cara. Olha como é que pode, mano. Uma parceria que deu errado com a Nintendo, surgiu a Sony. E essa parceria que deu errado que surgiu a Sony fez os caras se cagar de medo que o Play 1 ia acabar com o Windows, mano. Caralho. É um bagulho bizarro, mano. É um negócio muito doido o cara pensar, velho.
Somebody's confused. Somebody's just not thinking.
He was legendary. If you went in, you're full of
No, you don't understand. You guys never understood. You never understood the first thing about this.
So, we tried really hard not to be full of
He's brilliant, but it was a very aggressive, male-dominated culture. Lots of expletives, super, super smart. But man, if you said something stupid,
well, I'm done.
Salve, Vitor.
Round one. From my group's perspective, we felt good. We thought they didn't really understand the console space, so frankly, we discounted them a little bit. Ready? Five. We proposed something that aligned very much with how business was done in the game console market as it existed.
Toma. Olha o Xbox apanhando pro Windows lá.
The WinCE guys were sort of like preaching the model, but the model isn't very interesting.
In their pitch to Bill, as we're sitting there horrified, they're basically talking about recreating the 3D or making a game console similar to everything else that's on the market. And we're like, you don't enter a market and copy what the competition does exactly. You enter a market to disrupt it, to do stuff they can't do.
Windows CE presented, and they talked about this device and blah, blah, blah. And then the DirectX team got up and presented this vision for Xbox.
There were two things in our plan that we thought absolutely critical to the success of Xbox and games on Xbox, which had never been done before on a game console. Number one, a hard drive that would be important not only to save information about the player's state and what accomplishments they had done,
Caralho, que
but
top
also
essa
so they could
animação,
store
cara.
large amounts of data somewhere and be able to access and change that over time.
I remember there was a big debate about should there be a hard drive in it or not a hard drive in it. We were the not hard drive folks. We didn't see the benefit of it.
Toma.
The second component that we thought was absolutely critical was Ethernet. The Sega Dreamcast was basically the first console in history to have any kind of online component to it. But theirs was dial-up internet using a modem. That was the technology of the time. We realized that that was a short-term solution. What we wanted to do was to point towards the future and integrate Ethernet and high-speed broadband internet to the television set. We wanted to bet on the future rather than on the present.
The ability to connect machines to each other and to the internet was a core part of the DNA.
We were pitching a very traditional game console, and the Xbox team proposal, as I understood it, it sounded to us like, hey, we're going to take a PC and we're going to go build a console out of that, and it just didn't seem credible. It's just not the way the business worked.
Final round, fight.
These two groups came at the idea of building a game console.
Sabe, eu tô vendo os comentários de vocês aí sobre o COD. Se a Sony tivesse comprado a Activision, sabe o que os caras estariam falando agora, nesse exato momento? Ah, a Microsoft é cheia de jogo de tiro. A Sony comprou o COD que é pra poder brigar. Você já tem o Halo aí. Eu jogaria o que fosse, cara. Se a gente tivesse numa realidade paralela que a Sony tivesse comprado a Activision, os caras estavam falando, é cheio de jogo de tiro, tem Gears, tem Halo, tem um monte de coisa aí. E vocês estão chorando que COD não vai estar. Você já tem o Halo aí, cara. Eu tenho certeza, mano, absoluta que os caras estão falando isso. Os caras ficaram debochando, mano, quando o Street Fighter não veio pra Xbox. Se fuder, não vai ter. E agora estão choramingando por COD, mano. COD que nunca foi exclusivo de console nenhum. Da mesma forma que o Street Fighter, que nunca foi, praticamente nunca foi exclusivo de console nenhum. Street Fighter sempre acabou saindo depois. Valeu, Léo. Salve, mano. Pode crer, mano. Eu faço o máximo pra ser o melhor. Tenho certeza, cara. É o Doom também. Cara, é foda. A Bethesda aí já tem um monte de jogo FPS aí, blá, 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 né? E eu falar isso, eu tenho certeza, cara. O Homem-Aranha também, vocês estão chorando e vão pedir pra Microsoft fazer, lembra? Lembra do Homem-Aranha? Vão pedir pra Microsoft fazer um jogo de herói pra vocês aí. Deixa o Spider-Man no PlayStation, para de chorar aí, mano. Se duvidar e for nesses canal podre de PlayStation aí, que faz um monte de merda aí, deve ter vídeo dos caras falando de cachista chorando porque queria o Spider-Man. Será que não tem? Deve ter. Ou apagaram. Pô, se tem vergonha na cara, tem que apagar, né, mano? Porque... ó, vergonha, né, mano? Vergonha na cara é bom, né?
So this meeting got really contentious.
We have to watch these guys like on our plan, tell us it's not going to work, and talk to Bill about how game consoles really work.
Praticamente os caras estavam brigando, os caras que estavam do PC e os caras que estavam do console.
I wanted to see the Bill Gates of old. I wanted to see Old Testament Bill Gates, the guy that was famous for throwing people out of meetings, telling them never to come back, and telling them that they're the dumbest person in the company. To my horror, Bill sat back and stroked his chin. Was very thoughtful. Bill said, well, I think both teams raised some good ideas.
But he didn't seem really that impressed.
In front of that audience, we realized we had to bring out every stop.
The guys from the DirectX side.
Aquele jogo, se não me engano, é o Colosseum. Um jogo aí que poucos conhecem, cara. Pensa num jogão bom esse jogo aí. Se não me engano, é o Colosseum. Puta jogo.
We made this little device that had relatively old PC technology with a game console-like case on it. And we modified Windows with like a hack that like tears open a hole from the bottom up and exposes the hardware.
It was a bunch of PC components and a game controller, and it was literally just held together by chewing gum and tape.
Soldering stuff, stripping wires.
And this was like, in the back of our car or like, on the floor in a conference room that we were making this stuff.
An ugly timer on it that showed Windows booting up from power.
Booting a PC 20 years ago would take like 3 minutes. It could take longer. It could take 5-6 minutes. These guys played with a PC, pulled stuff out that wasn't necessary, changed the BIOS.
I turned it on, and so it booted in like 3 or 4 seconds.
Caralho, mano. Os caras se assustaram com o bagulho.
Across the table, he was so excited when he saw that.
Bill immediately looked at us.
Why the doesn't Windows boot? Yeah. Bill wanted to see it multiple times. He's like, turn it off and do it.
Que foda, cara.
I saw his jaw drop. This is a guy who knows more than most
Que
people
foda,
will
mano.
ever possibly know about PCs. Saw a PC probably for the first
Uau,
time.
cara, agamou no Xbox, cara. Ligou rapidão,
He
velho.
had a software emulator of a PlayStation that had been written for Windows.
Caralho, mano.
Executive surprise.
Os caras estavam com o emulador de Play 1 lá já.
Stuck it in the
Puta que
Xbox
pariu.
prototype, and immediately Tomb Raider came
Olha
on screen
isso,
and all
cara. Os caras usaram o emulador de Play 1, cara. Pra apresentar pro fodão lá. Caralho, que bagulho foda, mano. Os caras tiveram que emular o Play 1 pra poder agradar o cara, mano. Caralho, velho.
We frankly, I think, underestimated what they were going to walk into the room with. That meeting wasn't a great outcome for us.
The Windows CE guys literally said, it's not we weren't given the opportunity to make
Ah, ficaram putaços os caras do Windows. Foda-se.
Well, nobody told them to build hardware.
Foda-se.
Unfortunately for the Windows CE team, they
Perderam, cara. 3 minutos pra iniciar o caralho, mano. Cacetada, cara.
Looking back on it now, I really do think that Bill looked at us and saw some aspect of himself or the early days of Microsoft, and that's what he thought was going to work.
Bill's reaction was, you guys are proposing that it's doing good things for Windows, and it's based on Windows, and we get Windows in the living room. That all makes sense. You're proposing that we spend $500 million on it. You need to make this presentation to Steve.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch as
Steve is one of the most enthusiastic and energetic people I have ever met in my life. That energy and enthusiasm that you see on stage is 100% authentic.
At the time, if the biggest fan of Xbox was
Pode
Bill
crer,
Gates,
galera. Muito
the
bom.
biggest opponent,
Cheio de animação também. Um negócio muito foda, cara.
As a good businessman, liked to make money. He liked, big bold bets, but he liked big bold bets that would pay off.
This was right at the time when Bill was transitioning the CEO role to Steve. And they had already agreed for a couple of years that if Bill came up with some crazy idea that cost a lot of money, that Steve
Pode
should
crer,
get a
Paulo.
chance to say yes or no on it first. And that led into this final meeting where we really had quite a large group of executives across the company.
The room was packed. There were a lot of different constituencies there, all the way from the field sales force to the most technical side of the company. You had a lot of people very, very interested.
Steve's a big guy. Bill's in there. And you're in there with these two super famous guys who hold your destiny. And Steve is really upset that we wanted to take this risk.
Ballmer understood very well where Microsoft's bread was buttered and where the money came from. We were a company known for productivity software. He didn't want some video game, or even the fact that we made video games, to threaten the very lifeblood of the company.
Steve looked at the Xbox idea and saw insanity. He went to his whiteboard and he said, okay, what's this going to cost? What's the hard drive going to cost? What's the Ethernet port going to cost? What's the graphics chip going to cost? And he totaled it all up and said, there's no way you guys, what's your reserve for returns? Reserve for returns, what does that mean? Well, we freely admitted that we didn't understand the first thing about hardware, but we were gamers and we were game developers. Our entire careers have been built around games. We knew
Olha aí o
that
fodão.
gaming was taking off and online gaming was just around the corner. And the best and brightest in the game development world, they were moving all their thinking from the PC to consoles. We had the opportunity to go create.
Caralho, parece parece aquelas panelas de fazer arroz. Bagulho bizarro, mano.
And carry it forward to the living room. And that was the product that we were
Panela elétrica.
Looking back at that moment, what Steve and Bill were seeing was the future passing Microsoft by. You know, Microsoft was thought of as this dominant company of the era, but success or even survival was anything but preordained. If Microsoft didn't grab this opportunity, that Microsoft would be on the wrong side of the future of tech.
It made everybody step back for a second and think.
The console business was something that we needed to seize. I think that that was where Bill and Steve realized that they needed to move forward with Xbox.
An incredibly electrifying moment.
We'd finally convinced Steve. Bill was convinced.
They've done an outstanding job so far, haven't they?
I think Bill did have a view that software running on hardware in a family room could really bring some unique experiences into the home. We could start with video games, but it could go many directions from there.
It was really an opportunity to recapture the soul that Microsoft had at the beginning, to create that revolution, to create that new platform.
We were going to do something no one else had done. We were going to launch a console from a software company. Microsoft had done nothing like that before.
And then it became clear that there was just
Pode crer, Juan.
big challenges for us.
Do Insanity também. Peguei no início do Play 2.
We had a task ahead of us to ensure that we were taken seriously in the game industry.
This equation of power, performance,
E pior que o primeiro Xbox não vendeu muito não, cara. Vendeu bem pouco. Se não me engano foi 24 milhões, parece que vendeu. Não é muito não.
Tasks that had to be done on both the hardware and software side. We realized that we needed to have a leader. It was clear to all of us that that person was Rick Thompson. He had asked the best questions, the most insightful questions. We wanted him to be part of the answers.
So Rick was brought in as the seasoned senior executive who had experience in hardware with peripherals, mice and keyboards, and he had to construct a plan and a go-forward strategy.
My comment at the time was, I'm not big enough for this job. But a couple days later, Steve Ballmer calls me into his office and says, let's get this straight between the two of us. This is your job now.
You're making a big splash. You say you're getting into this.
Sério, Vando? Caralho. Que vergonha.
Doesn't work out well. It could really give the company a huge black eye, and that would be very difficult to recover from.
The risk here is enormous, the amount of money we could lose on this project. And for me, it was fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because you got a business guy who's going to try to figure out a business model with my little team of people who help me with the hardware business. You got 4 people coming over from DirectX. None of us actually knew the rules of the game that we're playing. And we basically just stood there and looked at each other.
Simplesmente tava aprendendo junto, né?
Like, now what do we do?
Os caras estavam aprendendo junto a fazer o que eles nem sabiam o que era. Ah, já acabou? Que rápido. Inclusive, eles falando que o PlayStation e o Nintendo parecia aliens pra eles, mano. Parecia alien pros caras, mano. De tão estranho que era pra eles os consoles. Os caras não sabiam porra nenhuma, cara. Salve, Gesiel. Bom, deixa eu ver aqui como é que eu faço pra ver a parte 2. Ah, já tá aqui já. Tem. São 6 partes, eu acho.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
You might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
Nerdbox.
We need to prove our credibility. This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Dude, we need a metal X and it's got to have a green eye.
Vai ser a parte 2, né? Ô, cacete. Pera aí. Tá aí. Chapter 2. Tá. Isso, GZ, é bem interessante, mano. Muito bom de assistir mesmo, cara. Muito gostoso. Nossa! Eu queria assistir todos os episódios numa vez só pra ficar completo no canal depois lá. Ver se eu consigo, mano.
At all. I opened up the first machine, like I'm like,
What the? Oh my God! Like what happened in there?
Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up.
And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line. The Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not gonna be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at us. You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
And he says, this is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company.
It was terrifying. I thought my career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
E depois compra um outro PlayStation de novo, porque vai sobrar, Gisele. Seja feliz. Cara, eu sempre tive um sonho de criar um jogo também, cara. Sempre tive, Juan.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Quando eu era pequeno, perguntava o que eu queria ser quando crescesse, eu respondia que era criador de jogos. Ai, cara, hoje em dia eu sou criador de conteúdo de jogos, né? Quase que...
Microsoft Mouse Line. There's a mouse for everyone, whether you're an expert or first-time buyer. Let's start with the basics.
I joined the hardware group back in 1987. I ran it for 13 years. Hired 300 people into the group, and by 1999, we were doing $600 million worth of business a year.
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Barney. That's
Caralho, mano, você é velho pra caralho, mano.
Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration. I want you to help sort of supervise and support him.
Steve Ballmer tells me Xbox is my new job and is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Do you ever want to make hardware? If you want to be a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
Olha isso,
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
We really understand what it is to be gamers, but we're panicking like we have to figure out how to build the hardware.
We had no idea what we were doing. None. Like, couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about me.
Legal que eles admitem, né, que eles não entendiam porra nenhuma. Salve, William.
Upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware. They manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. That's how the business model works. So for Microsoft, that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were going to lose $2 billion for the privilege of maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What madness has claimed you?
We made it the point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too much.
Muito bom, Ragnar. Depois vê todo ele, cara. Foi quando eu upar lá pro canal de gameplay.
Game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
The only place I think we could have ever announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us. People had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings and most of the guys would look at me and go, who are you? And should I believe you or not? And I'm like, no, really, we're gonna do this.
And the OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with
Salve
Nintendo?
Davi
Maybe
Games.
we should partner with Sega.
Sega seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried before. That left one last great hope.
With Nintendo's 64-bit technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
And you look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry in Miyamoto.
Tá vendo aí como exclusivo vem de console? Os próprios caras estão afirmando pra vocês aí, ó. Os próprios cabeção da Microsoft afirmando que os caras querem é exclusividade. Não adianta chorar, não. Sempre ajudou muito na venda ter exclusivo.
In the Japanese market, you maybe even get Miyamoto.
Was there a way to make that happen? Because that would give us instant credibility.
If Microsoft were to acquire Nintendo, they would have gotten two things. One was the
Caralho, eles queriam adquirir a Nintendo já aí.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately
Salve,
have
Arthur.
access to the best game library in the world, full stop. So I made an introduction to the people that ran Nintendo of America, told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Guards!
They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. I never got past square one on trying to
That to me is the pivotal point for Xbox. Oh my gosh, we're actually going to do this ourselves.
Salve, agenda.
And that scared the crap out of us. Because once it became a do-it-ourselves project, now the Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line, it's going to be big and public. We're going to have to do a lot of things new. We're going to do hardware at scale. We are no longer in the Microsoft playbook.
An unprecedented challenge called for some change-ups and new additions to the team. Ted, Nat, and Otto left for other pursuits, while Thompson brought on someone new. Someone known within Microsoft for delivering complex projects against impossible deadlines.
One day, this guy comes into my office and he sits down and I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jay Allen. I said, who's Jay Allen? And he looks at me like, everybody knows who I am, right?
We're really on the cusp of this digital entertainment revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive. Now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive. You know?
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
There was, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we got to wake up because this thing called the internet is coming, and it is going to transform commerce, it's going to transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge, bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the U.S. households even had broadband.
But I remember Jay saying, we're going to bet on the future, not against it. He had a vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become. And Bill paid attention to Jay.
Well, it's very hip to be on the internet right now.
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea was, if we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups. Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console. I hear it's going to run Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running on it? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch. What's the rating of this? Like, okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
You're dismissed.
The services that Windows provides are really valuable, but the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers to program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines.
If we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is, no modifications, subject to their approval, and we just could not bring that baggage over. So we had to steal it. We stole it. Yes.
Os caras roubaram o bagulho.
We actually grabbed it at night.
Olha lá, velho. Caralho, a equipe de jogos e a equipe de Windows era rival, mano. Olha isso, cara. Os caras tiveram que roubar, mano.
To make this box so tuned that the games could be brilliant. What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what Windows is actually made it over to Xbox.
Eles tiraram tudo desnecessário do kernel e fizeram pro Xbox. Que legal, cara.
What we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox would have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE.
Não apareceu? Valeu, William. Obrigado pela assinatura, mano.
For Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth. Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows Lite version of Xbox.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most out of this, he was not going to get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it. One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's there.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
Well, about 15 minutes late, Bill walks in.
Completou 2 anos, William?
PowerPoint presentation.
Valeu, Hugo.
He walks up to the table and he throws it down on the table and he says, "This is a insult to everything
Caralho.
in this company."
Leans across at me and says, "Why are you trying to kill Windows?"
Caralho, mano.
Lied to me, you guys have like
Meu, o cara ficou louco, velho.
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, shuts me down.
You got a lot of alphas in the room and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table and you're wrong, I'm right.
By then Jay is up, he's ready to fight, and so then Jay goes in, then Robbie tries to talk to Bill. Bill yells at Robbie.
If I'd had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on because he was spitting at us so hard so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while about these different things, and then Ballmer would take over on the business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home and they're melting, and we're all missing dinner.
And your meeting gets to this sort of crescendo. And I said, okay, well then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything. So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive to them.
Bill kind of pauses and he thinks and he says, I think we should do this.
Bem louco.
And Ballmer's like, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this. Bill's like, okay, we're going to give you guys everything you asked for. Really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting took 5 minutes. And I turned to
Era
Robbie,
Final Fantasy, Paulo.
Robbie, that was the weirdest meeting I've been in at 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it. We're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent marketing it.
Even Bomber said, once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now. We're going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
With $1 billion on the line and less than a month left until GDC, Xbox's big debut had more riding on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform. A monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't in the picture. But when it came to the PC side of gaming, Microsoft had a reputation.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized
Babaca.
the structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title.
But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
You've built a glorious empire.
It was just a beautiful game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody that likes to play Super Mario Brothers, it's a really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
Here we go!
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really unfriendly environment to developers. Seamus Blackley and Kevin Bacchus and Ed Freeze, they were saying, we're gonna fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me, we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation. It's time.
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox announcement at GDC. Game developers have to be excited so that they could talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that future, Microsoft still needed to complete a working prototype to debut on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
Começar do nada assim era meio, foi bem
was
complicado.
obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox was ultimately going to look like, but at the same time, looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the hardware guys' rapid prototyping group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure in a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office. So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desk, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Luke.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattermind. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
I remember the guys coming in about 6 or 7 in the evening when everybody's leaving the office with this big motherboard from the 90s. This
Também tô, Shigami.
board that had all these
Gostando pra
PCI
caralho, mano.
slots on it. And said, put this into something that is presentable on stage. And I still remember staring at it going, what do I do with this thing? The traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic centric. The mouse, the keyboard. Though the Xbox, it was very different. It was about storytelling.
There's a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box gonna look like in my living room. But that wasn't what we cared about. Horace was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was his nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser.
Os caras são loucos.
Sound effects, so he's gonna be like...
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
That sense of escape and that sense of capability and power is what we try to create with this green portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in the audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to show something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instinct that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machined aluminum X that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's, they were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Caralho.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just, after work, you know, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living
Tomei
rooms.
antes de começar, Hugo.
Everyone's like, calm down. It's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome about the green eye. How am I going to fit the components in there? And what we ended up doing is, if you look at a PC, there's like this main motherboard. So we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one
Nossa, ia dar uma bagunceira.
Off the edge of the motherboard because it just didn't fit.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves and borrowed space in the lab.
You know, I'm sure people looked at that and they're like, whoa, it's like this polished X. It's got this.
Também acho que não, Johnny, salve.
But it was the world's messiest.
Uma meia dúzia de jogo não vai salvar desse rombão aí.
Jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
It's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft ups the competitive ante, announcing a new concept codenamed Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on and basically be the demo guy, talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of.
Acho que eu vou fazer, Cauê, uma análise geral.
We knew Seamus
Acho que eu vou fazer.
from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that could be a spiritual successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
I wrote a big physics system in order to make an island that was completely physically simulated.
And they say every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is gonna move, and that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna make that perform? Well,
Acho que só amanhã, né, Paulo? Ainda é tarde.
I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online.
Meu Deus, olha lá, velho. Caralho. Deu tudo errado.
We shipped this broken game right into the jaws of the birth of internet gaming sites and the first fan sites. I personally just got destroyed
fudeu, cara.
And I had never seen anybody destroyed online. We know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room and I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing.
Parece que era, Danilo. Parece que era da Activision Turok, não me lembro agora, mano.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, 1 for the stage and then 2 for as like, you know, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are fragile. The idea was showing live demos, proving that we actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down. We set them up. We turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the is going on? Like something jiggling around.
Meu Deus do céu.
Like, what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one. It doesn't work.
Ah,
and the third one.
Caralho, nenhum funcionou, mano.
Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge of green. He just looks sick. You know, I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerves, but then I realized, you know, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to the most cynical audience in the entire world.
If you took a photo from the stage of GDC, you would see, you know, gamers and game developers, and they'd all look very excited. But underneath that layer are, you know, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin was underneath the stage with a video switch box that could switch from the Xbox prototype that was on stage running the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the two of them in case it crashed.
Salve, Fábio. Ah, pode crer.
The boss is coming on.
I'd like to ask Seamus Blackley to come out and give us a look.
And somebody decided we're going to make him put on a special leather jacket that doesn't really fit him.
Meu Deus.
We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket. So
Ah, caralho.
Well, we do have one box. This is our show box. So now, as I walk out on stage with
Caralho, que pressão, hein?
the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser.
Nossa, aquele jogo
all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing. All of that pressure came to bear. We get up there, and I run the first demo.
What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques that are possible under DirectX 8.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects. There are reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water demo.
You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
This demo took, I think, a day to get running. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program.
The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, how's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do. Seamus had tried physics with his Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great. But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
The huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there, how much the CPU was being taxed, you knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
I was like, wow, we have got to get onto this box.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me.
These demos were instrumental and so critical to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox and we knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids.
People are kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers and with game developers because it was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world, Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage compared to Sony and Nintendo because we didn't have the legacy of building fun.
And Sony, you know, oh, their movies, they're cool, they're awesome. And Microsoft is like, they wear khakis and they're boring and their Office and their Windows. And it's like...
Os caras sabiam, mano, que a Sony era muito foda, mano. Que top.
The team had referred to the top secret new console only by its codename, Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name. One that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the worst part of marketing. It's the hardest thing. Nobody ever 100% loves the name. Ever.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows, people who knew nothing about games.
Paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all of the right customers, and they came back with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction.
Nossa, olha os nomes. Nossa. Norbo.
Zod, XOD.
Shock Factor.
Meu Deus.
Fireplug,
yeah.
With a Y.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely blood pressure.
Caralho, mano.
Frontier.
Og. OG.
Meu, olha os nomes, cara.
Zigzag.
Zig-zag.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have
Da
to...
pessoa Zig-Zag Series X. Nossa!
You know, okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet ride?
Nossa, mano, que bizarro os nomes, cara.
You know, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll look again. And we'd look again and come back. And Xbox is a pretty good name.
I remember our final meeting with the naming experts. They came in with the perfect name. We've tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great. What's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X.
Nossa.
You know, because it goes to 11.
Well, it's one louder, isn't it?
Caralho, mano.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
11X, me imagina.
There was a big debate in
11X, Series X. Imagina hoje em dia como é que não ia ser, cara.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers.
Não, pior que eles gastaram milhares de dólares, falou centenas de milhares de dólares pra fazer aqueles nomes porco lá. Gastaram ainda pra caralho com aqueles nomes merda lá pra voltar pra Xbox.
Video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up.
Pode crer, Rodolfo.
Probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? It would be a lion, be the king of the jungle. If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
If the name of Microsoft smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
Might as well call it Nerd Box, right? Bill Gates was the richest man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't in entertainment.
Zigue-zague 360. Imagina.
Believe we could do it. I was a journalist, and I
O outro de Velvet Series X.
A console where...
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product launch is? The name of your company.
Caralho. Já? Nossa, que rápido. Ah, cadê o parte 3? Ah, cadê o capítulo 2, cara? Quer dizer, o 3? Aqui o 3. Zigue-zague ONS. Isso é da... Pera aí, cara, tem que ser... Isso aqui é o... Tá certo aqui? Ah, deve estar. Não, isso aqui é 1. Que merda, mano. Cadê o capítulo 3, cara? Deixa eu colocar aqui no nome. Ó, por que não vem o 3? Será que tiraram? Ah, tá aqui, ó. Bagulho difícil de vir, cara. Ah, para, meu. Puta que pariu. Só fazer um login aqui rapidão. Sacanagem, mano. Salve, Luigi. Ah, mano, tem várias frescuras aqui, cara. Pra logar, mas que porra, mano. Mas eu tô direto do Xbox. Salve Games West, valeu aí pela doação, mano. Mas eu tô vendo pelo Xbox, cara. Aí tem a frescura de fazer login aqui com código. Puta merda, deixa eu pegar meu celular, pera aí. Saco, mano. Salve canal USP. Ah, é por isso que não tá aparecendo aqui então, cara. Vou colocar aqui. Deu, pode fechar aí. Cara, o Series X é 5.000, 4.500, mas tem que saber. Tem que saber procurar. Muito foda o documentário, cara. Muito foda. Estranho, né? Logar aqui ele já vai ficar de boa. De qualquer jeito vai pedir para logar, o Vitor. Deu. Ah, é por causa desse comercial aí, ó. Esse comercial desastroso aí deles. Ainda me fizeram esse comercial que foi banido em uns quantos países esse de tudo, eu acho. Esse comercial aí foi bizarro, cara.
It's really good.
I love it. The ad was polarizing, and it did end up getting banned. Stations would not run the ad because it was, you know, so shocking.
É o 3, né?
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing because it was really different than really the image that the company was trying to cultivate. Some of the stuff like that commercial, I don't think senior leadership saw until it was done.
You know, we don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. We just talk about Xbox. Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions and billions of dollars forever,
vai ter
we
sim.
had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if
Não
that
me
meant there
lembro,
was
Paulo.
something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment. You guys never understood.
The company is going to face
Salve, Rafael.
competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies start working on the next console
Salve, Klingi.
as soon as they finish the current console. So 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first
Sim, no
glimpse
de
of
live
Xbox
vai ficar salvo.
games at Microsoft's GameStock event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games. For new entrants, it was really important to show up and make a good impression.
That E3 was critical for the Xbox, but you know, a lot of what you're showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Que pressão, né, cara?
The lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't have the time for that. Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft and make this happen. And so I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project. I mean, what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult.
Robbie was the grown-up. What's Robbie's role?
We were a young group of kind of ragtag kids.
Let's go ahead and take the cars, give them 3... What the hell's that? You know, I got a demo to do up here. I don't think Robbie should be seeing this.
What we needed more than anything else was we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big.
Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think is very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie's a good guy. People can trust him. He doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like because it's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features. It has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't play games. The business model I barely understood.
Nossa.
We are launching an entirely
Eu não sabia de nada, mano.
against two established competitors in one of the largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days too.
And I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging.
I didn't think about how to plan for going from 20 people to 2,000 people.
We went from 4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to honestly thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
It was crazy. I mean, it was no time at all before
Salve, Standard G.
didn't know everybody in the organization anymore.
When I think about it today, it just makes my head kind of spin sideways.
Every week, I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work for the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, there's a lot of people
100%
changing their lives
mano.
for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
It became clear that we needed our own place because we were just going to bust at the seams.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful buildings and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like, we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox. Your family was kind of Xbox.
But we all had a common purpose, a passion around games.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
Because we were still young, we had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
It was definitely a whole bunch of kids making decisions above their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs, running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me, in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in, hard drives, power supplies, the circuit board. Here I am, this kid, negotiating these deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made. But on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an entertainment brand.
We didn't have a lot of interdependencies with the rest of the company.
It was Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives came to visit the studio, and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do, make it quick.
Raining aliens! Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo. He went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in the conference room, the leads of the studio, and there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top all the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently, but what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software engineers were hard at work building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
CES was a trade show where companies from around the world would come to unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions and retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses an equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man.
Parente do Kojima.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're going to need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, you know, millions of consoles into something that looks good. He's like, what the f?
My office was where everybody brought their ideas, from the technology team to the design team to the management team.
At the time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living room.
It was a constant battle between
Nossa,
different
imagina.
groups. I went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it in every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying, like, well, maybe we just got to slim it down. Like, you know, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was very aggressive looking. The console itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a Dodge Hemi. It was the physical embodiment of power. Like, no other console has ever been designed like this.
It was quite a miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back today, you say the thing is huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s, it was tiny.
It is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this off. And it looked awesome.
The 2001 Consumer Electronics Show is packed with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001 in Las Vegas, in the Convention Center Hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market.
For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
Controle pesava uns 8
show
quilos.
up as the third entrant into the space with well-established competitors.
Aquele controle ali é
You have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that
O
might
controle acho que era maior que o Play 2, eu acho.
Microsoft
Nossa.
doing something differently?
If you smell what the Rock is cooking. The Rock says we decided to bring The Rock to CES.
There was honestly some disbelief, like, you know, Bill Gates, The Rock, like, what's going on here?
Thank you, Bill.
It was really like muscle-bound Hollywood meets, you know, gamer geek of the tech world.
Just might appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common. Well, The Rock's here to say that that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together. Like, it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn impressed with what we're seeing here today. And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well, I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8 GB hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter, and you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console, Microsoft was under tremendous pressure to build a portfolio of hit games before the Xbox launch.
By the time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to
Já
launch,
pensou?
it was an incredibly short period of time.
Que pressão brigar com Play 2, cara. Já pensaram? Os caras começaram brigando contra o Play 2, cara. Justo o gigante. Justo o monstro do mundo dos games. Já pensou que pressão? Meu Deus. Além de toda a pressão do Bill Gates e da equipe, tinha do lado do Play 2, cara. Puta merda.
One day we presented a new idea from a small game publisher that had come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game is going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
O do 64 era mais estranho ainda, né, Anderson? Era 3 pontas. Agora esquisito.
It was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
And that game was called Grand Theft Auto 3.
Pra quem não viu, tem análise do GTA 3 no canal aí, viu? Eu conto sobre tudo do GTA.
It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling
Fiz análise do novo, da nova versão, da antiga.
Its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry. Despite seeing Grand Theft Auto 3 go to PlayStation, Microsoft was still well-positioned to attract other developers to its platform.
We needed a vibrant and strong third-party lineup of games that customers would love, and we wanted the industry to look at us as something that was going to be worthy of development. We wanted to have the very best games.
On March 13, 2001, Microsoft put their commitment to developers on public display at their GameStop event in Seattle.
Thanks and welcome to GameStop 2001. What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with a game whose vision was really just too big to fit in the PS2, so we brought it over to the Xbox.
O primeiro jogo mostrado foi esse, então.
Our characters certainly aren't the muscle-bound superheroes, you know, that we want to be. They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really are.
Getting Oddworld, that was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gabbit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing creator in Lorne Lanning. He did all the voice acting for his own game.
So Munch had these things we called fuzzles, and they were like, me, and Munch was like, you got to come over and do this for me. You know, so and then Abe's like, come on, guys, let's go. And they were really vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the premier racing developers
Verdade, Edson.
in the world,
Verdade.
Bizarre Creations.
Project Gotham, it's a new product for Xbox. Check out the reflections on this car. The whole environment is completely mapped to the entire surface of this vehicle.
Project Gotham Racing was based on your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade.
Esse jogo eu nunca joguei.
It's a really important part of our launch.
Ouvia falar.
And that was just the beginning.
Hardcore freestyle snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in hand.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking, and we can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything? Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it? Oh, Halo. Hey, how could I forget Halo?
Hey everybody, so I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
Bungie
Jogava,
was
Paulo.
the first developer. That's where they started. That's where they'd had their success with Marathon and Myth 2.
But Bungie was also dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophe. Myth 2, one of their hottest titles, had an installer bug that could erase a user's entire hard drive. In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games, they needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games into development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not a game. There was no real story. There was no real sense of what the gameplay tempo would be like. We knew it was powerful to control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and, haul ass around this alien world. And that was it.
What do you think, Jason?
See it? People knew about Halo. They knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft. They knew about Xbox. They knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game done. But there was this excitement that we had something special.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
O abacaxi.
We started off that demo showing you flying to the land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those, building block Halo things. But we had our test environment, what we called a...
Que nem os irmãos Bananão lá dizendo que os elementos de força foram incluídos no Halo Infinite desde o primeiro já tem, né, cara?
It was just fun to play.
Cara, gosta de falar besteira, né? Salve, Daniel, pode crer, mano. Salve, Alessandro.
Coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special here.
Thank you. That's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games. The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
At the time, people thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console game?
Dual stick first-person shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbsticks maneuvering around the environment.
You can go back and you can look. Adamant blog posts that shooter games, like Doom, would never work with a game controller.
Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it.
The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. I felt like you could kill somebody with it.
We had to have gorilla hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby. I mean, the thing is like 9 pounds, 3 ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool.
It was done bass-ackward, as most things were on the original Xbox.
To get to that design, we kind of used the human factors ergonomic approach.
For those of us with smaller hands, we all thought, oh my God, did all these guys just sit in a room and go, oh yeah, this is gonna be great.
It was like, oh, yeah, this is totally not gonna work for us. And it was like, okay, this is a problem.
Perhaps we didn't take into account a full range of hand sizes.
There's no way we could ship Duke in Japan. People couldn't use it there. There was almost a plea, you know, Carl.
Boa noite, Meta.
You've got to find a way to make this smaller, please.
We knew it wasn't the right thing, but we didn't have enough time. E3 is coming up, and so we had to go with what we had.
On May 17th, 2001, global gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked off in Los Angeles.
E3 is clearly the Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup all rolled into one for the video game industry.
For Team Xbox, it was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly killed us.
It's Broadway, it's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up on the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week.
So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is like literally using duct tape to get the box done. Sony had their event the night before and a party afterwards. This was going to be our coming out party, and we now have a hungover media group at 8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox. That is not where you want to be.
We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go.
I walk out on stage and I do my first line.
And in fact, if I press this little button here on the front,
and then I hit the magic button
merda.
to start the Xbox.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up.
Caralho, não ligou.
We can bring that video up.
And nothing happened.
Caralho, meu.
Nothing happened.
Well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox would be live and starting.
I didn't know what to do, so I just went on.
So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th,
Pá, mano, deu
in the
merda
North
no primeiro
American
bagulho.
market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're going to release this thing into the wild, and people are going to be able to play it, and you're going to love it. And it doesn't turn on.
Caralho, meu.
Planner, like, I mean, my heart just.
Box just like this, with Xbox in it.
It was.
O bagulho não ligou, mano. Que cara de pau ele continuar, hein?
We had to convince the press very quickly that we had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these games as quickly as we possibly could.
Porra, velho. Justo na
that moment that we had
primeira ligada.
We're very excited about that.
But the disasters kept rolling.
Meu Deus. Salve, Júlia Miranda.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected.
Meu Deus, cara.
Basically, I'm making excuses for it. Was
Tava lento, olha lá, velho. Que bagulho bizarro, meu.
Microsoft had never had a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decided to show Halo because
Nosso jogo devagar ainda, velho. Cacete, mano. Olha lá. Impossível de jogar, cara.
And so it was the E3 demo on the floor.
So
Que
many people were
bagulho
coming in
bizarro.
with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed.
Meu
Frame rate's terrible. The split screen
Que
stuff is kind of cool, but just doesn't feel like it's powerful
merda,
enough.
velho.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall short of its original promise of
Que
revolutionary
cacete,
gameplay.
cara.
So
É,
now
ninguém
you
testou
have
esse bagulho
bad
antes, cara.
launch event, and the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad, and people start to think we're crazy.
Meu
Shortly
Deus.
thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
That E3 was critical for Sega to stay alive.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for
Ah, o
Xbox.
cara ligou e não foi, cara. Que
Disastrous showing
merda.
from Microsoft meant danger for Sega.
Tá
As we were
louco.
moving from being a first party to a classic third party publisher, we absolutely needed somebody like a Microsoft to get us through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me. He looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers think the product's not very good and it's too expensive. I took it very personally. I'm the leader of the team, it's my responsibility, it's my obligation, and I felt like I failed. This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Belushi, who wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off, my status on Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best
O cara se
interest of Microsoft.
demitiu.
But Bill Gates and Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer did not accept Robbie's resignation.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say, right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever knew. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts, it's one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst, was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch date. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was vital.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We're building the technology, we're building the hardware inside.
The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China in a hotel room for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in the world. You had to be certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates at such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos, total chaos.
People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
It had just never been done before.
Xbox was the toughest job I will ever have, or have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever going to stop or will this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected to.
We doubted whether the hardware is going to be done in time. We're not sure any of the games are going to be done in time. The ship is still on fire, the plane hasn't landed, all the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end, that team believed.
There's no second try at the Xbox. So this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown.
November 15th, 2001. Xbox was released in Times Square.
We painted Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget. Here we are, a huge line of gamers down the street waiting to buy this Xbox.
20 years old, first time going to the city alone. I get on a bus and I show up in
Xbox
Times
super
Square,
fã,
go
tá
straight to the
escrito.
new Toys R Us, and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant across the street from Toys R Us Times Square, and that's where all the gamers came first.
They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. They pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" And then we were playing Fusion Frenzy, and Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to practice this game. He wanted to beat the gamers.
Anyone know what the shoot button is? A, I think. A? Let's check.
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for this. Been waiting a long time.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99. 1 hits and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more excitement and raise my
Foi o primeiro cara a receber então.
over my head.
Edward Glucksman became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox. It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old kid looking for a console. That's all I wanted to do. First time going to the city alone, I managed to get sent home in a limo.
It's a celebrity. Every night. That's right.
They actually did it. You know, Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder moment in somebody's early career. I still have goosebumps today thinking about it.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier. That team believed.
Só ouvia falar, Hugo, mas nunca tive.
Because that team believed, Xbox.
Nunca tive.
If that team doesn't believe and they're just there doing their jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities managed not only to convince Bill Gates and the board that we wanted to get into this nascent industry, but they also managed to get an entire
Eu
organization.
sempre comprei revista, Hugo, sempre lia tudo sobre todo o console.
Go to the subway. The whole station is covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was an impossible task that we should not have been able to do. I was tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
With the Xbox out of their hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game industry.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
To be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform-defining title. That you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3, 6 months before the game was supposed to launch, with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
This is our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of
Todo
panic.
bugado.
People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
Ah, pode crer, Hugo.
E3 2001, when we saw Halo, my friends and I, we were like,
Ooh, it's crashing, it's buggy, sounds terrible.
it seemed like
Minha,
Microsoft
nossa,
did
olha
more
quantos
than they could
bugs, cara.
And each build, it didn't seem to be improving at all.
Like at some point it wasn't about making Halo perfect. Honestly, we were just focused on how do we get this thing on disc in time for launch.
There was an incredible pressure on Halo.
This is our lead title, and this is what we've got?
If this thing fails, it would all be for nothing. Xbox was finished.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Soon you will be food.
On Halo, we were doing the thing that
Salve,
people
Pérola.
weren't sure would even work on a console, a first-person shooter, and the frame rate was terrible.
Meu Deus.
All of a sudden we were in a new area, console games, and what do we know about console games?
I had only heard things
Meu
about, it's not
Deus.
very good, really. Bungie may be a good studio, may be a fine studio, but the game wasn't really being received that well.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
With Halo and Xbox's fates intertwined, something drastic had to be done to get the game right. So, in a last-ditch effort, Ed Freeze and Bungie essentially put the development team under arrest.
Ed Freeze had put Halo behind the curtain and won't let anybody see it. Won't let anybody talk to the Bungie team.
He's like, you guys seal yourself off, literally and metaphorically, and deliver a great game. Like our doors, I don't even think Ed could get into some of the Bungie doors.
I kept saying, hey, Ed, when can I play Halo? And he goes, well, not yet.
When we only had a couple more months before we had to get this thing into boxes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
We had to stand up a complete game that was performant on new hardware. We had to create a compelling story with characters. We had to cut levels, take shortcuts, just a mad rush of long days, sleeping under desks, full-on old school crunch to get this game done.
There it is.
The one positive thing that comes out of crunch is ideation and invention and polish. Ultimately, that was one of the things that Bungie took very, very seriously, was polish.
For us at Bungie, this was a passionate effort to make the best game possible. But when you show up as Microsoft, you are open to a whole different level of criticism.
Yeah, that's cool. All right!
And Halo had the burden of showing up excellent in all ways. We had no idea Halo was going to be a hit. We hoped people would like it. Here we go.
Salve, Disturbed. Vai ficar no canal de lives, viu? With the greatest gameplays.
The rubber hits the road when you meet the gamer for real.
else? Halo? Halo, yeah. Halo.
I remember very vividly going to local launch events.
Hold it up!
Starting to look at chatter
também.
online with fan sites, and then game reviews, and then comments, and realizing, oh my god, people like it.
How the hell are we gonna beat this game?
Halo, which had problems entering the fray, came out on day one, and it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I just felt that sense of possibility.
Damage Jenkins, fire your weapon!
That you could go anywhere and do anything on this beautiful, lush planet filled with things that were trying to kill you. They just did it so well. The controls felt natural. You could tell like that it was going to be a breakthrough for first-person shooters.
I didn't care that I wasn't using a mouse, I was using a controller, I was in the Halo universe.
O Halo foi porque o Final Fantasy VII foi pro Play 1.
It was a bit of an epiphany of, oh, like you can do that? Like you can play this kind of game on a console? Awesome.
Halo was a phenomenon. That dual player mode was wow.
Landing on the beach with a warthog trying to protect Marines with Master Chief. It just blew me away.
Pode crer, Theo Souza.
On flames comes down and lands on the ice and is skidding towards me across the ice, and it's gonna run me over and kill me, and it skids to a stop right in front of me, and I live. It was like I was there. It was like I had that experience.
With Halo, Microsoft had that platform-defining title that you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play, and that was something that I always envied and admired.
Halo forms so much of the backbone of, I think, what Xbox is.
Watching the feedback we were getting on Halo, the stories people were telling, it was a cultural moment.
You getting Halo? Oh yeah. Good, just checking.
Without Halo, you know, we're not here.
Halo Combat Evolved.
Microsoft estimated that they have sold 1 million copies of Halo in the US alone. 50% of Xbox owners are also Halo players.
Xbox was the Halo box. That's what made it work.
Halo broke ground in
Não sei,
game control,
Hugo.
camera control, storytelling, even art style. It inspired a lot of people to tell a different kind of story.
It changed the game for Xbox, but I also think it changed the way we look at first-person shooters.
Salve, Randel Barros.
First-person shooters had only really largely existed at scale on PC, and mapping those controls to the controller, they just did it right. It just felt right.
O Halo foi o Mario do Xbox também. Nossa!
They just nailed the controls.
So before Halo came out, the conventional wisdom was if you wanted to play a shooter, you had to do it on PC because that's where you would have the precision with the mouse and keyboard to aim, make the small movements to land that headshot on your enemies. What Bungie did with the help of Microsoft's playtesting and user research labs was figure out how to get something that would approximate that feeling on a console where all you have is the two sticks to move.
Greenberg, tá falando, Hugo?
They weren't the first to do a shooter on the console, but they did it best by far. And the influence of what Microsoft and Bungie were able to achieve is still being felt in games today.
Even today, it's the largest genre in console gaming. And really because of Halo, Xbox became the console for first-person shooter fans.
The multiplayer was transcendent.
Parece que ele era diretor do Xbox, eu acho, Hugo. O mesmo que é o Phil Spencer, hoje em dia eu não lembro agora.
Microsoft made a huge bet on broadband. Every single Xbox had an Ethernet port in the back, and it paid off in spades. You could use it for LAN parties and to system link on a LAN.
O Aaron Greenberg sempre passou notícia da Sony, da Microsoft, sempre deu
Local area network.
as notícias.
Network of computers in a local area, which means you have to be face to face and nose to armpit with gamers.
Got the flag, I'm out the front.
And it's a fun experience. You can all be in a shared virtual world and run around and do things that you couldn't through a modem just because you're all there connected and it's higher speed. Microsoft ushered that in for consoles.
Manually plugging machines together to play games was not a new concept, but it had always required a lot of technical know-how. Now, the communal gaming experience wasn't just for computer geeks. It
Ó, o
was
Berserk tá falando que é diretor de marketing.
Now we have this game going here, which is 16. Downstairs, I was just down there. They probably by now have at least a 16 game going on. They keep on bringing in more stuff.
Salve, Fábio.
Expanding.
It was a communal party multiplayer atmosphere that you could have with a massive group of
Mas hoje em dia ele não passa mais nada de notícia, cara. Nunca mais vi. Mas ele sempre.
We get together at like 8 a.m. and play 16-player Halo all the way till 8 a.m. the next day.
I remember running an Ethernet cable up the stairs so I could have a friend bring his over and play.
I go to my buddy's house, and we're on 2 different floors. We're in 4 different rooms, because screen looking's a thing.
Man, the fights were legendary. You looked at my screen. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
I can't. I can't see your screen.
Ali, ó. Aquele bagulho ali eu fazia.
Like Halo LAN party this Saturday. Bring an Xbox, bring a controller, bring a TV. That changed everything about my social life for probably 10 years.
And these, by the way, weren't small TVs. These were the big cathode ray TVs that you had to find a way to be able to use.
I had a heavy-ass TV. Flat screens weren't around back then.
You got it?
Yep. So I bought a PT Cruiser just so I could get my TV around and my Xbox.
That was a fashion statement to have an Xbox in the car back in the days with that big screen.
Give me a second, give me a second.
Não, só trabalheira. Sim. O Halo é religião pros americanos.
My own puddle of sweat.
The minute you stepped into a
Eles realmente é por causa do online, né, cara?
time just disappeared. You just got sucked in, and we would play all
Aí mesmo da explicação, os caras levam até as televisão junto pra casa dos outros, cara, jogar.
Halo was a runaway
Foi tipo o 007 GoldenEye, aquele do 64.
with Sony and Nintendo for the first time. But the team wasn't done. They saw a way to take those multi-room raucous LAN parties and make them global.
Sniper, sniper!
The initial concept for Xbox Live was one of those magical ideas. So it gets to go in a special folder that I call epic pitches, because they're pitches that, even though they were in their infancy, they planted a seed of ideas that turned into something that had an impact on the entire industry. Maybe an impact on global culture.
We built an Ethernet port in every unit, and the idea is now we can actually have a networked community of gamers from living room to living room around the world, no matter what language you speak, no matter where you are in the world, and we can all be part of one bigger community. And that vision was like awesome.
There definitely was some skepticism about the idea of playing multiplayer games over the internet.
When we were scrambling to get Xbox done. And Xbox Live is like a vague fog in everybody's head. Nobody knew how that was going to work and whether it was going to be a good ecosystem and whether the quality would ever be there. And it became a huge point of tension in terms of how it was designed and how it was going to work. But we're going to do it.
Microsoft is putting literally billions of dollars on the line to back us, but the program was fraught with risk. It required technology that really hadn't been built anywhere in the industry before. And those kind of tech investments are always risky.
With so much riding on the success of Xbox Live, the team couldn't afford to develop it in a corporate vacuum. If they wanted to deliver a gaming experience unlike any other, they needed gamers to tell them exactly what they wanted.
We went out and talked to a whole bunch of gamers around the United States. One of the things that came back was that voice communications was going to be imperative.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
Nobody wanted to sit there and text with a typewriter, just taking out their buddies.
First thing was you had to get this starter kit. It had a headset in it. It's like,
You were talking about console gaming. What are you supposed to do with a headset?
The Xbox Communicator. It lets you talk to other gamers while you're playing.
This broke down the barriers of how you could speak. You simply banged on your headset and you could talk to anybody in the world that was on the platform.
Boa noite, Richard. Ah, sempre, né?
Building that global couch where people can talk and kind of virtually
Pior que o chat de voz só foi vir lá no Play 4, né, cara?
with 4 gamers on 4 continents and have it all perfectly fluid through headsets, just as if they were sitting in the same room together. This was before Skype, so the notion of low latency, great quality voice, we had to go build out that tech.
I like this one. You did your own digital personal ID remembers your moves. That's a good idea.
Yeah. We're creating this giant gaming universe for gamers to play in over generations.
Pode crer, Cauê.
We knew it was important to have this one identity that linked to you, where you could build your legacy in gaming.
Your gamer tag. It's your identity on Xbox Live. The legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming
Isso aí foi foda demais.
Remember, you're building all your stats and friends in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for Halo, it's like you just want to be known as one thing.
My gamer tag is the real B. My gamer tag is Cowboy22.
Acho que ele quis dizer de console, o Cauê. O Anderson.
Xbox Live wanted to bring that fundamental instant fun into the world of online gaming.
You will never be without a game to play, anytime, day or night.
It was a revolution in online gaming.
The team was finally feeling confident. They had the technical know-how to build Xbox Live. But on the other side of that challenge was another, even bigger question. If they built it, would gamers pay for it?
The technology was in the box, but the commitment from a player, we just didn't know how it was going to fly.
Não.
That firstly, someone's going to
Tá recém no primeiro Xbox ainda.
broadband, but they also have to go tell their friends that it's worth it.
I've never been shy to share my opinion. And there was one time where I was talking to Jay and we ended up arguing about it all the way into the hallway. And it was me saying, this Xbox Live idea you have is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Like, I hate this idea. Somebody's gonna pay $50 for multiplayer games when they can get it for free.
And people did laugh at that and said, why would you pay for access? Because you're already paying for your game.
It wasn't just me. It was like an entire division worth of people saying, what are you, nuts?
So this experience had to be amazing. That was crazy to people. Like, who's going to play multiplayer if they have to pay for it?
Microsoft is taking the Xbox game system to a whole new level.
Xbox Live. Future of video games arrives today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Manning is at his home in Indianapolis, Hasselbeck at his in Seattle, and they're about to play each other in a video game using the Microsoft Xbox console.
Oh, sit down. Son, don't your coaches tell you you can't take a sack in the red zone? That is quarterback 101.
Last night, we had gamers all over the country playing against celebrities here in LA where we had our big premiere party.
We're checking the perimeter. All right, so here I go.
Xbox Live launched exactly 1 year after the original Xbox itself launched, November 15th, 2002.
Sim, o Randall, o marketing da Microsoft sempre foi ruim. Melhorou agora.
Is that what you're getting? That's the idea, man. It's just like doing RoboCop.
I'm gonna open up a can of whoop ass and see how it tastes.
The two launch titles that I have such fond memories of, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, which was a port of the PC game, and Mech Assault, which is a third-person action-oriented take on Mech Warrior.
Just light bulbs went off, just the magic was there.
Live let us add the element of community and human society to game design.
It was just immediately clear to me that this was going to be like the thing for video games.
What Live did for Xbox was it created this community that once you got into it and attached to it, it was very hard to leave.
I met so many people online playing games that I never would have been cool with based off of us playing each other, me beating him beating me, him having some great plays.
And there's an extraordinary number of like 50-year-old males that play Xbox Live together. And they will not go to another system because their buddies aren't going to go.
É, o Xbox BR é aquele que divulgou o Xbox Series X com buraquinhos verdes. Quem aí não quer buraquinhos verdes? Meu Deus, que vergonha, cara. Buraquinhos verdes do Xbox, que vergonha. Marketing horrível.
We had forecasted how many Xbox Live subscribers we were going to have, you know, month 1, month 2, month 6, etc.
Hey, we got 50,000. Hey, we got 100,000. Hey, we got 1 million. Hey, we got 2 million. It just kept growing.
And that happened like I wouldn't say instantly, but pretty damn close. It happened very, very fast.
Xbox Live was unprecedented. Everybody else's version paled in comparison.
What you think of gaming today, being on a headset, talking with friends, playing games, that just seems commonplace now because it is commonplace now, but Xbox made that possible in a big way.
Xbox Live could be considered one of the very first social media platforms.
Before Facebook, even before MySpace, Microsoft really did pioneer the very first interactive dynamic social platform.
Quite frankly, Microsoft proved to the world that online multiplayer was going to be the key to the future.
Gamers flocked to Xbox Live in numbers that even took optimists within Microsoft by surprise. But while the platform was teeming with newly devoted fans who loved sniping their college buddies from different continents, there was one consistent complaint. What happened to the game that put
Ó, o Burnout 3. Nossa, é muito bom, né, cara?
was Halo.
Burnout 3 é...
Second Halo game, the weight of expectation came crashing down on us.
Halo 2 had to be a blockbuster movie, and that was always a danger, is what if we just pushed to do this big AAA spectacle and miss the heart of what made Halo success in the first place?
Goddamn, we have a lot of work.
Eu joguei tanto aquele Burnout 3. Caralho, era muito foda, mano.
Everybody on the team had a different idea about what being more excellent would be. We loved that you could get into vehicles, for example, but it frustrated us that you couldn't, like, tear someone out of a vehicle and jump into their vehicle and take it over. So boarding vehicles became a huge design initiative.
Look out!
We were really good at coming up with great ideas. We weren't quite as good at production discipline and figuring out how to right size all those ideas, fit them into a box, timeline, and ship on time.
When I got there, they had reached a point in development where they were basically going to have to cut half the game and in some ways start from scratch on a lot of the promises that they'd made themselves.
A TV da Sony. Monitor.
Within a year, it became clear it wasn't working. Just the way the game felt, Jason really wasn't happy with. He looked at the game. Yes. And he came to me and said, you know, we have a problem. I'm going to have to rework a bunch of the work, and it's effectively going to
Salve, Paulo.
adhere to the schedule.
Jason, help. There was a lot of pressure. How could we ship a better game than Halo? And from Microsoft's point of view, Xbox's point of view, how can you ship that game as quickly as possible?
This is now by far the most valuable franchise.
Fica no canal de gameplays, Vault Boy. Mito Crates Gameplays, o nome do canal.
Jason's saying he needs a new year. Time for me to step up and do my job as a boss.
I do know that Ed went to bat for us.
Ed was very much a purist. He was about creating great games and giving the dev teams the time they need. And that is at conflict sometimes with actually making a profit.
So to me it was a no-brainer, but Robbie wanted to put it in front of the other leads on the team because Halo was so important. It's going to affect, you know, the Xbox Live team and what they do. It would affect
Não cheguei a jogar, Paulo.
continued marketing of the platform and things like that.
Microsoft back then was a technology company. Software shipping on time at quality.
É só fazer, Anderson. É só eles fazerem, esses idiotas.
So we go in and we have the meeting and Robbie basically goes around the room and takes a vote. And it went around the room and everybody voted to keep it on the original schedule. I walked out of the room and basically I just threatened to quit immediately. Robbie gave in, calmed me down, and he agreed, and he gave us the extra year for Halo 2.
Ed got the Bungie team the time they needed to finish the game. But the delayed launch had a ripple effect throughout Microsoft.
Really, that Bungie meeting was the beginning of the end for me. When I walked out of there, it wasn't just that I was mad, it was the first time I could imagine leaving the company. I mean, I'd been there since I was in college. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. About to turn 40.
A Sony já tá pressionando a Microsoft, mas que pressão, cara? A Sony não manda em nada. Que pressão? Se eles quiserem, eles ficam com os jogos tudo da Activision pra eles e rompem o contrato. Mas os caras estão ainda querendo dar, dizer que a Sony é a fodona ainda. Pressionando a Microsoft, mas vó merda, cara. Sony não tem poder nenhum, tá podre, tá pobre, sem nada. Ele que tá mendigando o jogo aí pra Microsoft, que feio. Que virada que deu, hein? Pode reclamar, pode fazer o que quiser, mas se a Microsoft quiser... Adoraria indefinido.
It was genuinely a pop culture event, and I don't say that lightly.
7,000 stores are opening on midnight.
They've been waiting a long time for this.
They were chanting Halo 2.
Ó, os caras são tão loucos pro Halo, mano.
Was going to happen in entertainment.
Because Halo 2 is the best. Halo 2 is everything.
Nunca entendi essa... Esses caras são doidos, mano. Isso não é pressão, Richard, isso é humilhação. Isso aí é imploração.
Halo 2 is probably, you know, one of the biggest phenomenons to ever hit my life and a lot of people's lives.
It was the biggest day in entertainment history.
Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units
Nossa.
in 24
Vendeu
hours.
bem, hein?
Here was a video game for the first time really crushing movies. It was a coming of age story for the video.
Com certeza, Rafael.
This game is simply the best game on the planet.
I played Halo 2 with my friends literally every night for at least a year. That's how transformative Halo 2 was for me, and what it did for Xbox Live. There had been nothing like that ever.
With the innovative success of Xbox Live and a full-blown cultural phenomenon in Halo 2, it seemed like Microsoft's bets were paying off. Xbox was even surpassing Nintendo in US sales. On a winning streak, the team put their eyes on an industry-changing follow-up to the Xbox.
When I arrived at Microsoft, it was my job to think about the way that the gamer was going to be using this 2, 3, 4 years after launch, and how do you continue to deliver content. We started then to plan this multi-billion-dollar investment that became the Xbox 360.
Xbox 360 is the new entertainment system that's designed around high def, wireless, and always connected. And it doesn't stop there. It's totally personalizable, so you can change the way it works and the way it plays and find your friends no matter what you're doing.
When they unveiled the 360, I saw a very powerful console with a stunning interface, with a focus on being online, always connected. This was all stuff that they had sort of experimented with the original Xbox and Xbox Live, but now they were building it into the core experience of the console.
Xbox 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. To achieve that, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation. We had to go explore things that had never been done.
As opposed to leveraging a lot of off-the-shelf components and existing technologies, we're actually building a brand new processor and chipset for this particular console. So we're taking a lot more of that engineering effort on internally.
At the heart of the Xbox 360 are 3 IBM CPUs.
Whatever you'd heard about the PlayStation 2 emotion engine, whatever big wild dreams you had created in your head, we needed to create a leapfrog product that said, hey, this is even more powerful. This is the most powerful console on the planet. And so we evolved the Xbox from a powerful console that plays all the games you love to a console that connects you to all your friends and connects you to
Também
your
acho, Anderson.
lifestyle, this digital entertainment lifestyle.
We involved
360 foi uma lenda, cara.
content generated that you could access, music.
The magic in Xbox 360 is it does so much more than the original Xbox did.
Xbox 360 Guide, it is your launch pad to all of your digital entertainment.
Here you can store your pictures, videos, and music.
We've also added a new concept called achievements. Sort of a record of everything you've accomplished across your entire library of
Eles que inventaram as conquistas,
With
cara.
Xbox 360, we've created technology
Mito demais.
that will enable people from every age and every corner of the planet to gather together in new ways. A product with games at its core, surrounded by limitless, connected digital entertainment.
Não, Paulo, eu acho que vai ter muitas ainda.
Everything we were
Não
trying to do
estamos
just
nem na metade da vida útil dos consoles.
Really
Vai ter muitos ainda.
focusing hardcore on building an online experience for Xbox around games.
Gaming was always first. But this was no longer just the ability for you to play a game online. This was breakthrough thinking.
We built Xbox 360 with a mission.
They showed it as a media hub in your living room. You could connect other devices to it. You could play your photos. You could do this, that, the other. They targeted a broad range of gamers. They were building this thing to be future-proof.
Microsoft's new Xbox 360 will be first to hit stores' shelves this fall.
Valeu, Ed Francisco. Obrigado por acompanhar, mano.
We wanted to try something new with the Xbox 360 launches.
Where are you guys
guys from? Did
We're
you
from-
ride far?
well-
Yeah. From Indianapolis, Indiana.
And Kansas City.
Los Angeles. Los Angeles, Hollywood. I came in from Minneapolis.
Land of Florida.
That's the only way to get it on the 360. You hear me?
Hey, this is Xbox Live's Major Nelson. We're here at 0 Hour in the Mojave Desert.
Valeu, Metal Overpower.
Tonight marks the biggest gaming event of the year, and it starts right now. 0 Hour was this in-person fan experience in the desert in California. I was at G4 at the time, and I remember we got wind that they were just going to throw an epic party for Xbox fans.
Xbox 360, I'm hexed.
We had a hangar in the middle of nowhere and decked it out with hundreds of gaming stations.
We are seconds away from this hangar opening and all of these people getting a chance to play the Xbox 360. And as the doors start to open, like the biggest doors you'd ever seen, you knew that you're about to run in to what would be the future of gaming.
Salve, Gustavo. Pode crer como desenhar. Inclusive, eu tenho Naruto aqui em mídia física, lindão.
First to play games, and we're going to sell you consoles here as well.
Thousands of gamers came, people that had met on Xbox Live that had never actually seen each other in person before. People were so happy. It was a magical launch event.
0 Hour event was a huge success, a massive celebration. We had so much pride in this product.
Was this a transcendent moment for you?
Oh yes.
The excitement generated in the desert spilled into the rest of the country as the console became available to the public on November 22nd, 2005.
I waited in line in like freezing rain for like 3 hours outside this Best Buy to try and get a slip so I could get an Xbox 360. I was so stoked when I got it. I took a selfie.
They had a great launch lineup. They had the gamer in mind first.
It had the features that I would want in a console. They had the games for casual gamers, for hardcore gamers.
The Xbox 360 marketplace was where you could buy digital games.
Não existe
Sure,
jogo,
you had
Gustavo.
Steam and people could do it on PC, but this was
Não
a
existe jogo
managed,
preferido, não, mano.
curated
É
portfolio,
frescura
much
que a
like
mídia
it was
inventa pra
natural
enrolar trouxa.
And we were one of the first ones to have it. I start
Tem
downloading
tantos jogos, tantos estilos que podia dizer que é o Super Mario World. Joguei tantas vezes na vida. Isso é frescura. Jogo favorito nunca existiu e nem vai.
And I just got on the internet and downloaded games, and now we're playing video games and having fun. This is the future. This is the greatest thing in history, and this is what this console transition is about.
I can view my profile so I can see, you know, what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well.
It was the first console with achievements. We take that for granted now, but all the little bonus points and your gamer score and your rating.
You achieved something in the game, and that something is whatever the developer decided. Hey, did you scale this mountain? Did you open this door? Did you find this thing?
Somebody can play through the game, but if you wanted to really complete it, you had to get every achievement. Let's kick some ass.
Olha o mitão do Most Wanted aí. Mitolão.
Why do you care? Because it's something that reminds me of all the time that I've had, all the games that I've played, all the I feel like I've accomplished something.
They had an incredible console that was built for always online, always ready, with a stunning interface that ran on top of everything, and they came out guns blazing.
We had low price, with high def, with great games, and a product that was great. And so we felt we had a chance that generation.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating, morale was extremely high.
They had arrived. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, they had to show that they belonged at this party, and the 360 was a beautiful iteration of all the lessons that they had learned with the original Xbox.
Aí os caras fizeram tudo 360 para lá e cagaram no Oni, né? Aquela apresentação.
Gamers were looking to see whether we would get it right this time, and we thought that we did. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation, and this all needed to come together flawlessly. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened.
This is called an E74 error. Contact Xbox customer support.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. I think there's something going on here.
The criticisms that we're reading about are coming from the games press, who are hearing from gamers who are saying, I'm having a problem with my box.
You can feel the top of the Xbox, it's pretty hot.
We can hear retailers starting to say, there's an issue here.
With the 360, Microsoft had built something amazing and special, but this problem was something that could kill the Xbox and all the work that they had done to get to this point.
CNBC's Jane Wells live in Los Angeles with how the 360's problems are heating up, literally.
This all came together in
Salve Angel FX.
perfect storm.
Some faulty Xbox 360s are literally melting down while running certain games.
It was a slow rolling thing, like really understanding how big the problem was.
It started to really be concerning, and the numbers started to grow.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach.
Microsoft hasn't specified the cause, but users say the console's cooling system just can't take the heat of a lot of play.
We were just having failure after failure.
The problem was huge.
Mine just crashed this holiday season. Get one back, turn it on, didn't even work.
No! Again!
People spent a lot of money on a console, and we're getting 2 and 3 of them back. Whether they were friends, whether they were family, whether they were people on the street, it didn't matter. It was all over the place.
I was mad as Then it became the media saying, this is a piece of hardware that has been rushed to market, and as a result, we're seeing unprecedented failure rates. It's broken.
Everything that I've worked for the last couple of years is trashed.
Eu acho que eles descobriram depois, cara, a luz vermelha. Porque pra eles é surpresa, ó.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
Negócio de monopólio é desespero, Shigami, de canal porco. Canal que precisa manter a narrativa de sonista fodão que nem joga nada. Esses falsos jogador fofoqueiro do YouTube aí querem apelar pra tudo. Salve Skinwalker, tem que entrar no grupo de notificações do WhatsApp, cara. Lá pega tudo.
Looking at the history of the video game business, you would have given them 1,000,000 to 1 chance. So the achievement is that we made it to Xbox 360. And
pode crer, Guilherme.
Internally, it's fun to laugh at lots of the missteps.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up.
Like we can laugh at the Xbox didn't turn on at the original unveil.
We can bring that video up.
But with Xbox 360, honestly, even with the benefit of time, nobody laughs at the red rings.
To understand the red rings of death, you've got to go back to the beginning and all of the work we did with the Xbox 360.
Salve, Matheus Oliveira.
From the bottom up. We were absolutely focused on getting out ahead of the PS3. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation.
No YouTube, André.
5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. And so to achieve that level of performance, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation.
This was an incredibly hard, complicated program.
É só digitar Power On Xbox que vai vir no YouTube.
And we were building these chips, which was a new process at the time.
We did our own internal design instead of buying off-the-shelf silicon.
We're bringing up new hardware with software that isn't quite done yet on new test systems that we're developing in real time.
And that had a domino effect on the whole product.
The design was coming together kind of late. We were launching in November of 2005, and we did not see our first silicon from the CPU until February of 2005. It's just ridiculous.
That's 9 months before launch. That is an absurdly short time frame. The normal time frame would probably be like 2 years.
And so we're faced with finishing the design and wrapping our production lines at the same time.
We wanted to launch it worldwide so everybody had it at the same time. But that's a big challenge because you also need to have enough units to restock in retail so that the countries you do launch in aren't out of inventory.
We need to get our yields up, and so we're cranking up production.
At the highest manufacturing output, I remember hearing numbers like a console would come off the line every 4 seconds.
But as we're ramping production, we start to see reports of these issues that were coming up. Lots of inconsistencies. Consoles would fail at test stations. If you build 100 of these things, only 50 or 60 of them would work, which is really, really bad. Like a real robust yield rate would have been 90, 95. This was the fog of war that we had to see through, and that was, is there something wrong with the design of the product, or are we testing it incorrectly?
Because we were trying to ship in high volume, there wasn't much time to think about it because there was so much to be done. One way of dealing with the failed consoles was to put them into these nice boxes and stack them so that you would get back to them at some future point in time. In a way, we were kicking the can down the road a little bit.
Developing what we call a bone pile. At the height, we created a bone pile that was over 600,000 units deep. And so it's just like the Lucille Ball episode where the chocolates are coming off the conveyor belt, and they're coming off so fast that they can't do anything with them. That's exactly what was going on. The thing about building consoles is Christmas doesn't change. So your schedule is paramount, and there's just so much pressure to get it done by November.
After a hectic lead up to production and months of intense troubleshooting, engineers
Consegue na Trovo ou Henrique ou no YouTube?
issues that had plagued the 360. As consoles started to pass QC, the team was finally able to chip away at the bone pile in an effort to meet the demand, which, at the time of launch,
Salve,
was
Thiago André.
enormous.
So here is ready for Xbox 360.
I'm outside the Best Buy in Midtown. It's raining here in New York, but these gamers don't care. They've been out here in the rain since early this morning, and they're not leaving until they get an Xbox 360.
When the Xbox 360 launched, there was a palpable excitement for this console.
The Xbox 360 finally got out of your dreams and into your car.
Microsoft had their fingers firmly on the pulse of what gamers were expecting, and they clearly had a vision of what gaming would be for the future.
We got in with something that was unique and revolutionary, a gorgeous design, the concave elements of the 360.
It really felt, in some ways, that Xbox had actually just arrived.
This new world of online, this new world of social engagement, this new world of building communities. We at Microsoft had absolutely nailed that experience.
The demand was really, really high.
Inclusive o Kinect, né, o Snoopy? Era muito à frente, cara.
I know there are a lot of fans out there that want a 360. There's a shortage out there. You know, is that a marketing strategy, or can you not produce enough? What's the real story on that?
We are making as many as we can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're flying them in.
Ultimately, we got through our challenges of production, and we just need to be able to catch up.
By hitting the market a full year before PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 had a head start on the competition. But Sony was still the undisputed industry giant, and they had every intention of keeping it that way.
It was the year after we shipped, when PS3 was coming out.
We were paranoid.
Sony had such credibility that they had cultivated from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2. So they were riding on this tidal wave of success and goodwill from gamers.
Coming off the PlayStation 2, Sony had done everything right, the most successful platform in game industry history, and really just needed to stay to the playbook. In contrast to that, you just witnessed Microsoft coming to market at the right price a year before you're able to come to market. So you know you're facing formidable competition.
PlayStation 3 is the best-of-breed computer entertainment platform.
PlayStation 3 was positioned as a premium product from the get-go. This was going to play games, but it would also play Blu-ray discs. So it was seen more as kind of an entertainment machine.
We knew they were going to be somewhat arrogant.
The next generation doesn't start until we say it does.
Ai, te cagar. Arrogante do caralho.
Because they felt that they were untouchable.
Ah, nesse teu cu.
This is sort of pre-live streaming era, and a bunch of us were huddled
around one person's laptop, like a 15-inch laptop screen, streaming Sony's press conference.
And then they dropped the price.
In North America, the PlayStation 3 will be available at retail for $599.
Aí que eles tomaram no cu. Salve, Gustavo. Muito caro.
Wait a minute. Did $599?
$599. Nobody was prepared for that.
Tomaram no cu.
Consoles didn't launch at those kind of price points.
It was like, holy cow, we just got handed this generation.
Fighting each other, people were crying.
There were just all these ways that Sony had put their own foot in their mouth.
Sony said it would be a privilege for people to work extra hours to afford their overly priced.
Isso aí deu fundaço neles que eles quase foram à falência.
Machine that's going to be incredibly expensive to manufacture.
And that opened a window for Microsoft to be able to sort of say, hey, like, we have a great system that's going to play all the games you want to play. We've got better online for cheaper.
Thank you very much and have a great show.
Becoming CEO right after the launch of PlayStation 3 was
Quando eles quiserem,
captain of the Titanic right after
arrogância da porra.
After Sony's announcement, we could not wait
Atolar o patê.
the next day.
Sabe o que é mais irônico? Que a Sony fez isso com a SEGA. Sabia? A SEGA fez isso com a Sony fez isso com a SEGA. Descobriu o preço e baixou $100 para ganhar deles. Isso é o que é o mais legal da história. A Sony fez a mesma coisa com a Nintendo e aconteceu com o Xbox.
With a high-definition gaming experience more powerful than anything else in the industry.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating. I'd say the morale is extremely high. And we had so much pride in this product.
A Sony matou a SEGA assim.
And then the storm hit.
Before launch, engineers had worked around the clock to fix 360's early technical issues. But
salve, Isaac, que bom, mano. Dá uma olhadinha em todo o conteúdo aí.
there were reports of an entirely new, never-before-seen problem. Distress calls flooded into Redmond. Something had gone terribly wrong.
It was in the forums, and I started to notice that something wasn't right. There was a lot of chatter about console failures.
Se não fosse essas falhas aí, eles tinham vendido muito mais pro Play 3.
Over time, we kept hearing more and more about it. We'd go to a launch event for a game, or we'd go to meet with games journalists. Then they would all start talking to us about it. Like, before we can talk about new features, we want to know, is this fixed? But we had no sense of how big of an issue it was. We didn't even know how to deal with it. And then we saw more reports of it.
Microsoft have been in the news with their latest computer system, but it seems the last big product they launched can have some problems.
Nunca joguei essa franquia, Maria, acredita?
The Xbox 360 had a really cool feature where there were 4 green lights around the Xbox emblem.
Each of those lights corresponded to a specific controller, and so that's how you knew what player you were in the game.
We also used the ring to tell people when there were issues.
It's like the check engine light on your car.
And this is what we called a core digital error. And this was an indicator of the system detected a major issue.
The error state was just that there was no communication. So the machine was just basically telling you, I can't do anything.
This would show up as 3 segments in the ring being lit red, which would come to be known as the red ring of death.
It's the red ring of death. Red ring of death.
I got red ringed. Everybody got red ringed.
What the? Are you kidding me?
When that motherfucking red thing come up, and then the whole game freeze, and be like, man, what the fuck is going on? We can't play. What's going on? Yo, doing that too? It was, oh my God, it was terrible.
No! Red ring of death! Again!
We have no Xbox. I'm calling support.
You wait on hold for a while. They let you know they really appreciate your call. You wait on hold a little bit longer, and then they go,
okay, we're gonna get you a replacement unit. It doesn't show up for a week. All the enthusiasm's gone, and then here's the new console, and it was just like, Wow.
This is the fourth Xbox. Microsoft.
Effectively, the failure rate was near 100%. It just became an epidemic.
It was a red brick of
Virou até música.
It was a red brick of freaking way! And I'm so pissed off. Grab the phone, dial tone, call it Microsoft. Now let's see the dark side of me. I'm on hold. It was a red brick of
The glitches that went down with Xbox
Meu
360,
Deus.
I was mad as fuck. Get this fixed or I'm leaving. I'm joining the enemy. It's simple as that.
I feel kind of sorry for it. Not really. They deserved it.
It's a big deal because it's just sort of the passion that gamers have for their hobby. Like, you don't want to be away from your console any longer than you need to be.
We felt the customer's pain. I had 3 boxes replaced, personally at my house. And it does make you think, okay, I work here. And this experience is not a pleasant experience, and sending your Xbox back.
Microsoft's gonna ship you a cardboard coffin, and that's what gamers were calling them online. Did your cardboard coffin arrive?
I finally got my coffin. But hopefully I'll get him back.
And you'd put your 360 in it and ship it on back to Microsoft.
I remember going out to the curb and like meeting the UPS guy and looking in the back of the UPS truck and seeing wall to wall, Xbox.
Nossa, muitos.
The fact that it was happening to more and more people, and Microsoft.
O meu Xbox 360 deu a luz vermelha, cara. Perdi meu Xbox 360. Perdi meu save do jogo, tudo que eu tava jogando.
Are you guys really taking this seriously?
Não consigo mais ligar ele. A porra de luz vermelha aí acontece em todas as versões do 360. E nunca foi corrigido. Sempre existiu e sempre vai existir no 360, por incrível que pareça. É uma praga que ficou.
There's a lot of speculation, but because, well, among other things, there are 500 million transistors and 1,700 parts in each of these boxes, so the speculation could go anywhere.
Salve, Belzinho.
Whenever we had new game launches or new system updates, I would be out meeting with the top games journalists, showing them all the new stuff. And I'm trying to sell
Pois
them
é,
the
Gabriel.
future, and they're like, dude, my console's not working, like it's broken.
For those who have experienced the flashing red lights, what causes this exactly?
That's kind of part of the problem, Kevin. Microsoft.
Eu acho que nem a Microsoft sabe o que foi essa porra dessa luz vermelha.
We didn't have all the answers at that time.
We were trying to figure this out. Do we have a heat problem? Is the solder in key components in the motherboard, is it cracking up and drying out and we're losing?
Sabe qual é o problema da luz vermelha?
Couldn't figure it out.
É que qualquer coisa que aconteça dentro do Xbox de ruim dá a luz vermelha, então tem que fazer uma análise para saber o que é. Se lá dentro uma coisinha desconectar, ele já dá a luz vermelha, entendeu? Isso que é o foda. A luz vermelha não é só uma coisa, pode ser várias. Isso que é o foda. Não tem uma solução só para o problema.
After the third or the fourth issue that we ran into, I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
And we got to the point where we said, we're not figuring this out fast enough. We made the call to shut down production.
We went line down at the factory. We wanted to figure out how to solve it before we built any more units to go to customers.
It stretched every bit of our imaginations to try to figure out exactly what was going on and how to fix the problem.
This went on for months.
These were the darkest days of my career.
Are people going to now go out and buy PlayStation or Nintendo?
Dobrze,
Are
sé.
they going to leave us as a brand?
Every day you weren't gaming was a bad day for you. You trusted us and you'd invested this money in us and we let you down.
Not gonna work.
This was an incredibly trying time. People use phrases like you figure out what people are made of. Having gone through it, I can actually say that happens. It's a thing. It isn't just a phrase.
Todd had to manage the very complex process of what we call root causing until we knew what was going on.
2006, 2007. I dedicated a lot of my life to this Xbox in order to fix this problem. breakthrough came when we understood that the connections that were being broken were not located on the motherboard, but they're actually located inside the components. The problem was a connection was breaking. The reason it was breaking was thermal, but it wasn't because of the peak temperature. It was because when the unit would get hot and then cold, hot and then cold, every time it did that, it would stress the connection.
All these people love playing video games, and so they would turn this thing on and off, and when it would turn on and off, you get all sorts
Pode crer,
of
Ed.
stresses.
Ah, tem gente que tem sorte. Eu tenho 2 Xbox 360 aqui e os dois deu luz vermelha.
Once we figured it out, how in the heck are we going to fix
Um é
this?
desbloqueado e outro não.
Peter Moore and the executive team faced a big decision
Eu tenho
about
2
trying
aqui em
to
casa.
fix
Por
this with
incrível
all
que
these
pareça, os
boxes
dois
that
deu a
were
porra do...
wild.
This was something that could tarnish the brand. They needed to do not just something, they needed to do the right thing.
If we're going to save this brand, we need first-class consumer service reaction to this.
The credibility of the whole platform really, I think, hung in the balance.
There's only one way to do this, and that is you have to fix every console for every customer at no cost, no questions asked.
O meu é o Super Slim.
I remember sitting on a whiteboard writing out some
Os
simple
dois.
math on repair rates times $1 times the customer times an amount equals
Salve, Breno.
and that number became pretty big. And I remember feeling in my stomach this is going to be a bigger issue than I thought.
By the time we
O meu é a
looked
última
at the
versão que
cost
saiu,
of
os dois.
repairs, the lost sales that we factored in, we had a $1.15 billion problem.
Peter had to go to Steve Ballmer and basically say, hey, bad news, I need $1 billion to go fix this issue.
I'm expecting to be ripped to shreds.
It is a make or break situation for Xbox. If Steve Ballmer does not give Peter Moore the money to go fix it, Xbox is dead. Like, there's probably no question about it.
To the credit of Steve, and I can still see him looking at me right now, he said, do it. Just do it. We'll figure it all out. We'll take the hit.
Microsoft will spend at least $1 billion to repair serious hardware failures with its Xbox 360 video game console.
Over 200 million of this was simply one-way overnight shipping around the world.
Kudos to Microsoft for stepping up and putting their money where the red ring of death was.
It was one of the times when I've been proudest to be part of Microsoft because we
Salve,
made a
Calmo.
mistake, we owned it, and we did the right thing for consumers.
Without that money spent, without them taking the problem head on, there's probably no Xbox right now.
We bet on our fans and our brand and took the hit. Take that hit
Sim,
once,
Marconi.
do it right. Don't ever regret it.
When the 360 died on me, I was pissed that it died, but I wasn't pissed at Microsoft. I just really wanted to get the 360 again and start playing again because it was just awesome.
Was frustrating, but they had hooked us. So when you hook somebody, you know they're not gonna leave. They're gonna work with you through difficult times.
That was a good sign that people love the thing that you're building.
But even $1 billion mea culpa may not have been enough had it not been for two
É
excellent
de dezembro, Chessé.
a library of
Faz,
celebrated game
faz um mês e uma semana que existe ele.
who loved
É bem
how easy
recente.
it was to program for Xbox 360 and saw in it the potential to take gaming to places previously unexplored.
Olha o fodão aí, cara. Porra, esse jogo é demais, cara. Esse aí é demais. Puta que pariu. Que jogo foda do caralho.
Gears of War, at the time, was the best looking game ever made. And it became
Que jogo
this poster
foda,
child
mano. Esse
for
aí é...
HD graphics and HD fidelity.
Like, this is a game that people are going to immediately gravitate to and go, oh my god, I can't believe the 360 looks that good, especially when they compare it to PS3. Because this game looks better than anything on PS3 right now.
It was the fastest selling Xbox 360 game. It sold like 1 million units in the first couple of weeks, and that really propelled the 360 in a big way.
Gears of War may just be the great hope to turn the 360 into a must-buy console.
It was a very different type of game for Microsoft. An M-rated game with over-the-top violence.
Só fala mal quem não joga. Esse aí é... Esse aí é mito demais, cara. O mesmo vício que os caras têm por Halo, eu tenho por Gears, cara. Esse ali é... Aquele ali eu amo de coração. E essa franquia aí é pra arrebentar, mano. A hora que eles anunciarem o 6, eu vou pirar, mano. Tô só pelo 6.
We have secured a lot of big games for Xbox 360. You know, we published titles like Mass Effect.
We had Splinter Cell from Ubisoft, of course. We really had this incredible portfolio of games. We were the shooter box.
Call of Duty was a franchise we had bet on early. It was a PC franchise, and we really established...
Ó, agora eles são donos do Call of Duty, ó, tu vê? Como a história dá voltas, né? Olha o outro fodão ali. Olha o outro fodão. Forza Horizon é outro também que eu sou fanático, cara. Esse aí eu sou... Só parei de jogar o 5 quando completei a coleção de carro. Salve, Vini. Forza Horizon e Gears of War. Esse eu sou doente, cara. Inclusive tem análise de todos os Forza aqui no canal, viu? Quem quiser ver. E o Gears 1 e o 5 tem análise, tem que fazer dos outros ainda.
It was just an incredible run that I don't know that has ever been topped in the history of gaming.
Não, ele tem já no YouTube, Marco. Foi o Xbox que lançou o canal Xbox que lançou já.
Years since Halo 2 smashed industry records, and Halo fans were clamoring for the next chapter of the epic space saga.
I think that we were really surprised by the success, the huge success.
Já jogou o Forza Horizon ou Maria Lise?
So as we were
A
looking
Lise.
to the Halo 3 campaign, I think we did kind of look at it all up from our marketing team as more of a Hollywood moment.
With Halo 3, we wanted to get out in front.
Eu não consigo jogar mais nenhum, ô Cleberinto. Depois do Forza Horizon, o resto virou merda pra mim. Até Gran Turismo eu perdi a fé.
Video game fans and for Microsoft. Master Chief is back in the most anticipated video game ever, Halo 3. Thousands lined up to get the final installment of the trilogy when it went on sale at midnight.
I got here 6 p.m. yesterday. Been waiting here ever since.
Halo 3, what a massive launch event that was for us.
They have 1 million pre-orders, which is pretty much unprecedented.
Halo is projected to sell 4 million copies its first 60 days.
More than twice as many as the 9 runners-up combined.
It's only the biggest game ever.
We were no longer some tech company trying to be in video games. We were launching one of the biggest
Tenta jogar o 5 então.
of all time.
Halo 3 embodies our vision for the future of entertainment.
The franchise spawning everything from clothing to action figures and rumors of a Halo movie.
Halo 3 really started to make gaming the mainstream cultural phenomenon.
Its first day sales could outdo not only the final Harry Potter book, but the debut of Spider-Man 3.
When everything was tallied, we had generated over $170 million in revenue in the first 24 hours, setting a new record for the biggest day in entertainment history.
It was just an amazing moment. It was one thing after another. We had games, we had Time Magazine. Everything started clicking and it felt like something's happening.
We delivered the right content, the right hardware, the right games at the right price, and we were showing massive momentum. The ship had sailed and sailed magnificently and kept sailing full steam ahead.
Only a week ago, Peter Moore took the stage in Santa Monica, California for Microsoft's E3 press event. A mere 7 days later, the man in charge of the 360 and the Games for Windows division has decided to move on to EA Sports.
I left Xbox because I felt like I had done what I needed to do.
Ironically, he'll be replaced by Don Matrick, the former president of EA, but one has to wonder, with the face of the Xbox gone, how will this affect the 360 standing in the console wars?
Don Matrick was a really accomplished game developer. As a kid, he wrote these amazing games, and he was just super smart.
Don's really an innovator. He's a business leader. He's really into the tech. He really wanted the Xbox.
Esse aí é o vilão do Xbox, né? Por incrível que pareça.
When I joined Microsoft, Steve Ballmer said Xbox needs to have more than a true product lifecycle. And to do that, we need to place bets, we need to move into new categories, we need to innovate and create new hit products. Both
Infelizmente eu lembro, Hugo.
When Documentario came on board, it was more about trying to appeal
Infelizmente eu
to
lembro.
an audience and a very broad audience. So there was this one meeting where he shows up and he says, we're not going for 30 million consoles, we're going for 300
E
million.
cara ali, foi por isso que eu falei, é o vilão do Xbox, cara. O cara é cabeça de merda, é uma piada mundial, cara.
When the Xbox 360 launched, we had Xbox Live built in. We had this very basic blade for Marketplace, and we had only game content. One of the things that I've been tasked to do was go get us some entertainment content, which was an entirely new idea of the time.
We started doing deals with studios. We were excited.
Lembrando, galera, que amanhã é live mercenária, viu? Você ver aí, botar as músicas, pedir pra me ver vídeo, pagar pra Hebe Scat aparecer, ou pro palhaço sonista, ou pro mendigo cachista. Live especial aí.
Streaming and digital video content.
Se não conhecem a live mercenária, vem amanhã que vocês vão curtir muito, cara. Vão curtir demais, cara.
Putting Netflix in the living room.
At the time, Netflix was a mail-order DVD catalog service.
Nationally, Netflix moves more than 1.5 million DVDs a day.
There's 40 of these warehouses around the country, right? So that nearly every customer gets next day delivery.
Cara, amanhã acho que eu vou jogar o Rainbow Six Extraction, viu, Rio? Na live mercenária.
Call them up, see if they would be interested in distributing their content through Xbox 360.
We definitely accelerated their growth because we introduced them to tens of millions of devices that were connected to a TV overnight.
It's a great opportunity for Xbox members to never leave the sofa, you know, watch movies from Netflix, play great games. It's a great platform.
And it's like, what should we do next? Well, we brought HBO, we brought Twitter, we brought Facebook. Today, that may not seem that revolutionary, but at the time, the idea to be able to do that all in one box had just never been done before.
Our Xbox Live community, the digital streaming services, the gamer tags, the achievements, the experiences, they were things that we would hear consumers say they loved and competitors say they were envious of.
Não sei te dizer, Ed, mas é de tarde, mano. Começando ali pelo umas 6, mais ou menos. Às 6 da tarde. Valeu, Isaac.
They weren't just going to give you another console, they were going to give you a console that did something different.
This is Mike. By day, he's
Ou eu vou fazer live mercenária de tarde mesmo, cara. Ali depois de umas 2 horas da tarde, eu acho. Acho que eu vou fazer live mercenária de tarde.
Holiday of 2006, Nintendo released the Wii and turned the world upside down.
We're confident because for pick up and play games, there's nothing like it. For baseball,
faz um mês que lançou o Lipe.
Fantastic. But with the nunchuck, what you're able to do in a first-person type of game is a huge step forward in control.
Nintendo came out of left field with a device that wasn't based on technology. It was based on a simple entertainment experience of being able to play a game without being a button masher on a controller.
It really resonated with a mass audience, a wider audience. All of a sudden, parents are playing video games with their kids again.
Suddenly, you heard people talking about video gaming as something that was good for you.
Wii Fit is about bringing fun into fitness.
Video gaming as an approachable thing that everybody could do.
They went after senior citizens, they went after female gamers, they went after people who are not traditionally gamers.
Clearly, they expanded the audience and they took gaming to mainstream entertainment.
I remember Bill putting a lot of pressure on the Xbox leadership team. How did we miss motion gaming? What can we do to catch up?
We need to compete. We need to advance our game strategy. We don't want to do a Wiimote ripoff. We want to do our own thing.
Don also had this vision for controller-free gaming.
What would it be like if instead of waving something, we were recording movement? We were recording state of people physically, through a camera.
The controller, he thought, was this impediment to more people playing games because you had to kind of learn this device. And his view was like, hey, if people could just like swat at things or move things or drive a car like this, it's kind of crazy, but it's like if you could drive a car like this, that would make more people more willing to play video games.
We set out to really make the console approachable to a whole new generation of people, to a whole new set of people that wouldn't otherwise think about gaming as something that it was for them.
We had already been doing some technology exploration where we could map people using depth sensing and RGB cameras and microphones and stuff, and you could have that by your television. Rather than holding something, you could still get these similar type of experiences.
The idea that we were going to use IR kind of display, projection and reflection to measure movement was pretty magical.
Every step of the Connect process was an inventing step.
A lot of this work, we had to figure out how to hack our way into it.
We prototyped probably 30 activities. We found that the whole body activities were actually the most fun. And so that's what we ended up focusing on, to create something totally new for gamers.
We launched Connect and it was a game changer.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely new and unexpected.
So you can see if we wave our hands, it's tracking your full body.
That's
now
crazy.
We're playing.
Okay.
So if you lean left and right, jump, jump, jump.
In your opinion, John, how does this compare to the Wii and the Wii Fit?
Oh, completely blows it away. And this extends far past just games.
Pior que a ideia era boa disso aí, cara. Uma coisa legal, mas ficou.
When I saw the Kinect, I thought, oh, finally. Like, this is something we're going to use for VR eventually. It's going to be amazing to have you in the game.
Because it's motion gaming, people think, oh, it's like the competitors. It is a completely different thing, and you have to play it to understand that.
And the games were really fun. It really unlocked a new game experience for people.
Fireball!
Start getting people all cheering and yelling and, you know, encouraging the person who's actually playing to try new things.
The idea that, like, you would have people over for dinner and then afterwards everybody would want to turn on the Xbox and go play ping pong or go play Connect Sports or go play a Dance Central. That just gave Xbox 360 a whole nother sense of purpose.
In the first 60 days, we sold over 8
Nossa senhora. Venderam bem, hein?
Connect was a technological marvel, but it totally fell flat with core gamers. Connect didn't work with Halo, but Connect was an amazing tool for
Era legal, né?
research and how we think about augmented reality and virtual reality.
O PlayStation Move dá pra jogar nos jogos qualquer um, né? Praticamente qualquer um.
The of computer science come not from academia or industry, but to come from gaming.
And it turned out that Connect creative community just went on to do incredible things with this device.
People got into hacking the Kinect early last year. Smartly, Microsoft responded by welcoming that and encouraging more development.
People were taking all the IR data and the voice data, and it was a rich source of creativity for other types of applications.
What is neat is the technology that is used in video games now and how it can be applied to other things, not just gaming.
And they're calling it the Kinect effect.
Microsoft's Kinect could revolutionize medicine.
Being used to aid the rehabilitation of stroke patients, also by people who work with autistic children.
Kinect today is mostly used outside of gaming. So gaming has created this piece of technology that today drives the industry forward.
With Xbox 360, we had an amazing product that had finally broken through. The ecosystem was healthy. Consumers were engaged. In North America and Europe, it was the top-selling hardware device.
Xbox 360 has been the #1 selling console every month for the last 6 months.
It was a pretty great second iteration for Microsoft as a company.
Against all odds, the Xbox 360 basically won that second console generation.
By the end of that generation, I think people had sort of felt the pendulum had swung from PlayStation dominance to Xbox dominance.
Não sei te dizer, Isaac.
There were more players than ever playing Xbox. The brand
Acho que
really
não.
was in a terrific place.
And there was no chance There's nothing Microsoft could do that could possibly torpedo the success they had with the Xbox 360.
We're about to change entertainment forever.
Again.
Because we're going to take all that we learned
In more than 30 years of innovation
and use it to change
Television,
TV.
Ah, fudeu.
TV.
Aí as cagadas.
Television.
Watch TV.
Team Xbox is on a new mission. This is it, Xbox One.
I cannot believe this press conference.
We've got this vast amount of gamers that are increasingly loving Xbox, and we're building great experiences that they've never seen before. And now we're going to be...
Não entende nada esse cara.
So we're going to have the set-top box for the living room. And it turned out like nobody wanted that.
Oh, hell no, Microsoft. Hell no.
Tremenda cagada.
The battle to control the entertainment pipe into your living room just got a bit more interesting. Microsoft's Xbox announcing some landmark news today as it moves into the media business.
It's time for a new generation of Xbox!
And now, Microsoft wants to appeal to more than just gamers.
It can also control your TV and cable box and
everything from your movies to video conferencing on Skype to doing all kinds of things.
Casual gaming, television,
Pode crer, Guilherme.
music and video.
the game console will transform into a next
Aqui quando promete, cumpre, Guilherme. Mano.
Gamers and non-gamers.
Tava devendo pra você já esse documentário aí. Lembrando que amanhã é a live mercenária, hein? Quem quiser participar aí.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future, truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood. The company is going to face fear.
É muito mais fácil acreditar que o governo espia o cara pelo celular do que pelo Kinect, mano. Pelo amor de Deus.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
Cara, não tem que inventar, né, mano?
On May 21st, Microsoft will unveil its latest Xbox system. Xbox has been the best-selling gaming console for 27 consecutive months. We're expecting a slew of entertainment options, including possibly taking over your cable box and also delivering web content in easy and attractive ways.
It was exciting to think about what a
Live mercenária, eu vou explicar. Eu jogo um jogo aqui, mas vocês podem, ó, presta atenção, quem não conhece a live mercenária, vocês podem pagar valores aqui para colocar uma música para tocar e ela vai ficar tocando infinitamente até alguém parar ou trocar. Vocês podem pagar para me assistir um vídeo. Podem fazer o react de algum vídeo, qualquer vídeo aí, só que tem algumas restrições, mas tá lá nas regras, só ver depois. Vocês podem pagar para mim jogar outro jogo, se eu tiver, também na live. Podem pagar para mim me transformar num personagem aqui também. Ou também para divulgar perfil de vocês, ou site, alguma coisa também tem. Análise de ID também tem. Então, live mercenária é isso. Eu faço aqui, vocês vão dando as doações do devido valor. Escolhe uma música, algum vídeo, personagem para mim me transformar. Então, é basicamente isso. A live mercenária. Quem quiser ver, vem mais de tarde aí para participar.
single purpose dedicated entertainment console could be. So we picked that as a path with Xbox One. We wanted a broad device that touched all parts of gaming and entertainment.
Go on, put your hands in. We wanted to bring new audiences into Xbox. People that were outside of what traditionally was thought of as our core gaming audience. That was really the intent at the time.
Within the company, there's always a sense of do more and grow. But I think Dawn was looking for like, what's that next big leap after Connect? And I think there was a sense that TV could be that thing.
Microsoft's gaming platform is becoming a true entertainment hub. It just announced that for the first time, people are using the Xbox more for entertainment, TV, movies, and music, than for playing video games.
Having our team think not only about gaming, but television, movies, stories that lived inside our gaming community was something that I believed in.
Okay, this is an interesting idea. Microsoft's going to get behind linear entertainment as well.
Xbox Entertainment Studios. The idea was to take Xbox, the brand, from gaming to Xbox, the brand, as entertainment.
Movies, music.
Ah, o Jim Ryan. Aquele alemão não entende nada. Aquele alemão não entende porra nenhuma.
Like, whoa, we're gonna go Hollywood now.
And action.
After years in development, Microsoft's next-generation console was finally ready to be unveiled at a media event codenamed Newcastle. Coming off the success of the Xbox 360, expectations were through the roof.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire team, we're thrilled to unveil the ultimate all-in-one home entertainment system.
We did a stream from around the world and invited a bunch of media and influencers up to watch.
We gathered everybody into the conference room. We have it streaming on our television. We're all really excited.
Team Xbox is on a new mission to become the all-in-one system for every living room, the place where your games, TV, and entertainment come alive.
We're driven to build a future-proof system that brings together the cloud, smart devices, new content.
We are really excited to bring the world of Halo to Xbox as a premium television series.
We're sitting there listening to it the whole time. And I remember one of our engineers said, like, they're not even talking about any of the games yet. Are they going to talk about games?
With Kinect, we made you the controller.
This is human control for a human experience.
It was all about entertainment, even a partnership with Steven Spielberg, and they showed a TV guide at the reveal event. I mean, that was really like the vision.
This is the beginning of truly intelligent TV. Xbox, watch TV.
You said television. We wanted to hear video games.
You know, we showed a few games, but core gamers were left unsatisfied.
We're all in the green room, and as each person would get off stage, you know, the execs in the room would ask what the pulse is on social, and it was not good.
This is not going well. This is not going well at all.
I am really, really disappointed.
I think I'm gonna go into mourning now. That's how I feel about you, Xbox One.
There were hypercuts released minutes
Isso aí foi o que
after
fudeu
the
o
initial
Xbox.
unveiling of the Xbox.
Watch TV.
Por muitos anos, né?
TV.
Por muitos anos isso fudeu.
Television, TV.
Television.
Salve, Raiz, é porque tu não viu a de baixo, cara.
The next generation of gaming.
No final, Franceliton.
Wow. That was the worst
Até hoje ela
gaming event
que
that I've ever
estragou.
watched ever.
Probably could have done a better job of reassuring people that we were committed to excellence in gaming.
The response was so negative, and that was when I knew our lack of focus was going to hurt us with our core audience.
I can't even start.
The Newcastle reveal really was about showcasing the entertainment proposition that was going to come with the Xbox One.
We knew that E3 coming up in a few weeks was about games. We'll talk about all games when we get to E3.
In hindsight, definitely not the right decision. You don't tell console gamers to tune into something and then not show them the games.
The next evolution of gaming is a voice remote control for your television.
The Xbox One reveal had obviously underwhelmed fans, but Microsoft saw an opportunity to right the ship just 3 weeks later, on the game industry's biggest stage.
This is an exciting day for our teams. And as we've been promising, it's all about the games. We're excited to share with you a stunning lineup of world premier gameplay and announcements.
The ball's in Microsoft's court, and they come out and they show some games. And then right at the end of their press conference, I remember looking up at the teleprompter.
Xbox One will launch this November in 21 markets around the world at $499 in the US.
$499.
At the time, the ideal price point was $399. Anything that over $399, you're in for a real struggle.
Acho que seria o Resident, Felipe.
With Xbox One, Don's view was the new Kinect was going to be required as part of the box. So it was no longer just a peripheral like the original Kinect. Now you were going to be forced to buy one.
This is a terrible mistake.
A huge mistake.
It definitely caused a disconnect. Why are you charging me more money? I don't want this.
Kinect had so much promise. It just wasn't ever going to be a thing that hardcore gamers wanted.
Especially when it upped the price by $100.
Eles só fizeram cagada nessa apresentação, em tudo.
Sony announces the price of the PlayStation 4.
I'm very proud to announce that PlayStation 4 will be available at $399.
We were surprised by the $100 difference. You know, then it's like, that's a pretty big headwind to come back from.
You have essentially the same hardware, but one device is $100 cheaper. Cool. I'm gonna go with that one. And that's where they lost.
360 set us up for being the best box for developers, the best box for core gamers, and we then flipped it around and said, this isn't a dev box, this isn't a core gaming box, this is an entertainment device. People didn't know what to think, they were just confused.
You know, they wanted to push into this digital future. The idea was all connected all the time. The console would have to be able to check in with Microsoft servers or else the games wouldn't work.
Your content is available and it's stored in the cloud.
There were going to be benefits to this, but Microsoft did a bad job of messaging those benefits.
You don't always have to be connected, but for a lot of things like multiplayer gaming, for streaming content from the internet, you're going to need an internet connection. That's the world we live in.
One of the biggest points of confusion was how the new, always online device complicated the selling, trading, and gamers' biggest concern, sharing of games.
We knew the digital age and era was coming. We knew it. The original concept was you were going to have to be connected to play your games. You're going to play your games on your Xbox One. Here's a disc. Load it in, and you were going to have to get a license for that disc. But you had to be online to buy the license. So it's a great way to not have people do big downloads, but here's the disc and just pass it around. That's it. Simple as that. Well, that wasn't clear.
Não, não. Aquilo ali é troféu. A platina é 149. Não. Não, ô, Vitor, aquilo ali é as conquistas do Xbox.
And then stuff got really ugly.
Sony came out, guns blazing.
Isso aí é as conquistas do Xbox, do Play é outro.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
Isso aí, ó.
One person just hands another person a disc. you weren't going to be able to do that with this always online
Aí a Sony,
Xbox One.
Your game
Sony
is
fudeu eles também.
You can sell it, you can trade it in. That was
Arrebentaram eles, cara. Isso eles arrebentaram eles.
As a team, you've got to take some bets on things that you believe in and put that thing out. Clearly, in hindsight, it was wrong. People didn't want to spend
Sony aproveitou, atolou o patê neles.
to plug into their television to watch TV.
They weren't wrong. Microsoft wasn't wrong that gamers wanted and expected more from their consoles. Absolutely. In fact, it was Microsoft's fault, if anything.
They were too far ahead of where their users thought they should be. And there was this whole backlash that they didn't expect.
In 2013, the world wasn't ready for it.
We got pushback from consumers, for some journalists, questioning whether we'd made the right choice as a company. It was a valid criticism, but it was a very binary choice, and we chose to bet on online.
It was a dark moment.
Salve, Pedro Rafael.
And, very, very, very painful.
News raced around the tech blogs Monday that the man behind Microsoft's future console, the Xbox One, is leaving the company.
I wish that I would have had an opportunity to stay to execute on the vision and the capabilities that the team had created. But I ended up in the
Eu acho, Conde.
announcing that I was going to be
Acho que a Microsoft nem tem que pensar em Kinect mais. Continua fortalecendo o Xbox assim do jeito que tá bom. Precisa de VR, não precisa de nada disso aí não. Isso aí é frescura. A Sony tá se afundando com esse VR2 aí. Só cuida. Vai se afundar com essa porra de VR2. Quem quer essa porra aí não?
It was a long road and a long path from there, but the team didn't give up, didn't want to quit, didn't feel like we couldn't overcome this, and we still had to come out and deliver the console.
Well, it's here. Xbox One, finally on sale.
We had a line of people at the launch event. People were excited about it.
Pode crer, Ronald Chambers.
Early signal that maybe things are okay.
The NPD Group has revealed that Xbox One led console sales in December, and with its $500 price point, the Xbox One led annual hardware sales on a dollars basis.
But by April, we were outsold 6 or 7 to 1 in the market, maybe 8 to 1.
This was really bad, catastrophic bad.
The reality is, when you have moments like this, the future of the brand is at stake. You question whether or not you're gonna be here in 5 years.
Os caras não compraram nem o... Esses caras fanáticos sonistas não compraram nem o VR do... O VR1, vão comprar o 2?
Brands die every day.
Nunca vi nenhum canal sonista fanático aí, ou que seja qualquer canal de sonista, mostrar um jogo VR aí no canal. Nunca vi, mano. Nunca vi um canal mostrar o VR no YouTube. Nunca vi. Isso é uma lenda, isso aí.
And if you don't put gamers and games at the center of your ambitions, it's going to come back and bite you.
Our fans have lost faith.
It's collapsing.
How do we re-earn the trust of customers? One thing that was very clear, more of the same was not going to work.
Today, Microsoft has announced that Microsoft Studios Corporate Vice President
Phil Spencer is the new head of Xbox.
Let's talk about your new role. What are you going to be doing?
The emergency glass was shattered, and Phil was pulled out and put in to right the Xbox ship that was sinking.
He was there early days, studied under Ed Freeze, so he knew exactly what made the original Xbox work. He was a gamer, but he was also a longtime Microsoft guy, so he's sort of the perfect hybrid.
He is a proxy for gamers. They believe in Phil.
I play lots of games with Phil on weekends and evenings, and he's always thinking about the player first.
Having someone lead the platform who comes from that place.
It was a big turning point.
Não vi o Paul.
That could lead us, that we trusted. We cared about the team.
I had no training in running a team of that size or the platform team or the hardware team. So I knew that it would be a challenge.
One of the things that was really hard about the Xbox One launch was Phil had more than a broken business. He had a broken culture.
There were people who would literally come up to me.
Exatamente, Pete. Também gosto. Eu também gosto disso aí. Legal de ver a honestidade da Microsoft em saber que fez muita cagada, muita cagada. E que eles amam muito a Sony. Quem viu o documentário desde o início comigo aí sabe que eles amam a Sony. De verdade, sem ironia. O PlayStation foi algo colossal para eles. Foi um rival que eles tremeram na base, cara. Muito bom eles contar isso aí pra gente. Eu imaginava, mas não sabia que era num nível tão grande assim. O Bill Gates, quando viu o PlayStation pela primeira vez, quase infartou. Achou que ia acabar com o Windows, cara. Já pensou o poder do Play 1, cara? Ele achou que podia acabar com o Play 1. Caralho, cara. O cara se cagou, mano.
Reverse all the messaging that they made, and that's not a switch that you flip overnight. That can take years.
I don't think there was a question around where I wanted to focus.
We know that day one customer every year has to be the gamer. You expand from that gaming audience out.
With Phil being in charge, it sort of cemented putting a game face back on Xbox.
Marty, yeah, big news today.
Yeah, bombshell.
Microsoft announced that a connectless Xbox One is coming June 9th for $399.
Yeah. One of the decisions that we had made is that we were going to offer Xbox One without Connect and lower the price by $100.
This is what everyone wanted.
Xbox Entertainment Studios, which is better known as the TV division, has been shut down.
Shutting down Xbox Entertainment Studios was
Sim, apareceu aí Ronald Chambers. Ele ficou com medo do Play 1, por isso que ele mandou os caras criar um videogame. Ele reuniu todo mundo e falou, vamos criar um negócio ligeiro antes que eles detonem o Windows todo, hein? Sério? Cara... Quando veio o Play 2, então... Bill Gates enlouqueceu, cara.
Game content is the thing that's going to drive our success as much as anything else.
Que jogo é aquele que apareceu, cara?
We needed external independent developers.
Esse último jogo que apareceu agora, qual que era?
Independent developers have fundamentally changed the way we play games this generation.
The smartest move that Microsoft made was they took Chris Charla, who was a developer, and said, we're going to allow self-publishing, and this is the guy who's going to really help that.
Players don't care if it's from a big company.
Que jogo era aquele ali, cara? Fiquei curioso agora, mano. Alguém sabe que jogo era aquele que passou ali, cara?
This is a guy who was a developer, smart guy. He understands the community. He's been there himself. He was great in that role.
Major League Baseball publishes a baseball game through the ID at Xbox.
Não, não era Fortnite, não. Parecia uma japonesa ali e tal, no mundo aberto. Que porra de jogo era aquele ali, cara? Fiquei curioso agora.
It's just an amazing experience that none of us really saw coming.
Fiquei super curioso, cara.
Back when Microsoft said Phil's going to be in charge, our faith went way up that things were going to change, and then right away they did. And then when Microsoft showed that they were making these moves, you were like, this has all the opportunities to really...
Eu acho que ela vai fazer um Slim, Conde.
Gamers were still upset, and you're like, well,
vai fazer um Play 5 Slim, login.
But the changes they just made, give them a chance.
While lowering the price of Xbox One and reprioritizing developers were major steps.
Tipo um RPG, por isso que eu perguntei. Eu também não sei, não. Eu tenho que olhar esse episódio ali e parar naquela parte e ver os comentários do vídeo, se alguém comenta.
Let's go to a place where everything is made of blocks.
The Wild Road? Eu não conheço esse jogo aí, cara.
How many kids have their first experience with any video game with mom or dad's cell phone in the back seat playing Minecraft?
The company best known for Windows and word processors will pay
Não achei nada aqui.
$2.5 million for Swedish game developer Mojang. That is the company behind the wildly successful, ever popular.
Então foi cancelado então o jogo.
Oh, they're gonna mess it up.
Right after the acquisition, all of the public perception when you read about it in the press was that evil Microsoft was going to come ruin Minecraft.
Can Microsoft keep its hands off Minecraft and just keep that pure experience?
There was an assumption, again, that old console war thinking that Microsoft would pull it off of any platforms that weren't Windows or Xbox.
And there certainly could have been a decision that, look, we just paid a bunch of money for this game. We needed to go help Xbox. So from now on, the only place you're going to be able to play Minecraft is on Xbox.
There's got to be something bigger going on here.
But I'm grateful that Phil Spencer understood that what we had was a cultural phenomenon, and what we had acquired almost as much as a game was the community that came with it.
Go, Red Star, go! Come on, Red Star!
The world is changing, and the idea that limiting the places where people can experience your games is not always right.
Whether you're playing on an Xbox, PlayStation, an Android, iOS device, our goal is to continue to evolve and innovate with Minecraft across all those platforms.
The decision to make Minecraft accessible across all platforms surprised the industry. But Xbox had something on the horizon that would upend it.
Wondering what's going on, eh? Wonderful! Let's get started.
With all of the things that we're trying to go do, creating Game Pass was a decision that was going to be disruptive to the industry.
Oh, hey! Game Pass was the first service where you'd have access to a library of games and you could download and play the games in their full fidelity locally.
We heard from people who said buying multiple $70 games is actually just economically not possible. And people wanted to play
Muito, Pedro.
across devices.
Tô que nem louco esperando Elden Ring.
Shared library with your friends, and you can just decide to say, "Hey, let's go jump on and play this."
What we learned as part of it was kind of not necessarily something we do at the beginning, but became this part of the journey, is it also created enormous value for publishers.
Developers that might not have had the front row or front seat, they're in there, and they're on the same level as Halo.
You know, when you're building
Eu fui um dos caras que mais criticou no Game Pass. Mas começou fraco também. Começou ruim. O começo foi uma merda. O primeiro ano ali foi praticamente nulo. Isso aí, vão se inscrever no canal aí, galera. Bora virar membro também.
It lowers the barrier to entry. It makes it easier for you to experiment and choose.
The people that subscribe actually play more games.
It's just like flick, flick, flick. Oh yeah, I'll play this one for a while.
And now you see other companies considering and moving in faster to the Game Pass model. Game Pass is probably the future of how we distribute games.
Game Pass revolutionized the landscape of video gaming. But in order to get the most out of the tsunami of new content they were providing, Xbox knew it was time to up the ante.
When we launched the original Xbox, we had this tagline, "There's no power greater than X." And we were the most powerful. And we owned that.
That's what our gamers expected from us. That's what we had delivered early on.
We were always the most powerful console.
And we lost that with Xbox One.
As we thought about broadening what the Xbox One did, we had sort of lost sight of, first and foremost, this is a gaming machine.
The PlayStation 4 was a technically superior experience. You know, one friend tells his friends, hey, it's better on PlayStation 4, you should play it over there, and that just spreads.
You know, if we were a car company, we always made the fastest car, and that's what was where our brand was. But for us to get back to what we were always about, we needed a console that would be more powerful than any other console.
It was about reclaiming the horsepower narrative.
So Phil delivered Project Scorpio, which they called the Xbox One X.
We went back to our
O console bom, puta merda. O One X é um monstro de console, cara. Aquele ali sim.
It was all about core gaming goodness.
O One X foi um monstro pra época dele, cara.
They engineered the world's most powerful console. They win back a lot of gamer trust with that.
Console pequeno, simples, muito bom.
The rebirth of the Xbox brand. To continue to make sure there is no power greater than X as we thought about the future.
The most powerful console is a thing of beauty.
I think the big thing for me is just games.
How do we deliver the best games?
Wind Road.
Yeah, the games that players love.
We said, you know, content is critical.
And one of the best ways to get the best games is to invest in studios.
That's what we like to see.
But making games is hard, it's complicated. It's about, hey, can a group of people actually effectively create something together?
Verdade, é o Wind Road, cara. Pô, parece ser foda, mano. Pesquisar depois aqui.
But also infusing, you know, kind of the power of Microsoft. There's no magic formula for that. You know, I think that's more of an art than a science.
One of the biggest missteps that we learned from in the past was Lionhead.
We had already published Fable 1.
Nossa, deve ser lindo, hein, Ed Francisco? Eu queria ter o 360 do Gears, cara. Esse eu queria ter, sempre quis comprar, mas nunca achei. 360 do Gears of War é magnífico, cara.
Everything came together. But after Fable 2, Connect came along, and the Fable Connect marriage just never really took.
Sabe, Douglas Bernardinho?
Was a passion project for a lot of people, but I think it deviated pretty significantly from the pillars of what made Fable 1 and 2 so popular.
There's some very, very sad news coming out of Microsoft today. So they're shutting down Fable developers.
Bora chegar a 20 mil inscritos aí, galera. Vamos lá, mano.
2006. Shut it down in 2016. A couple years later, we reflected back on that experience. What did we learn? How do we not repeat?
Parabéns, Igor. Eu queria ter esse aí, mano. Esse é top. Agora que eu tô sem, eu queria comprar esse aí.
How they do what they do, not them accelerate what you do.
I wish Lionhead were still a viable studio.
It is only when you fall that you learn whether you can fly.
When we launched Xbox One X in 2017, We knew studio acquisitions were going to be huge for us. The studios we had were creating amazing games, but we wanted to have more. And the challenges that we went through with Lionhead taught us what to do this time.
Welcome to E3 2018.
So with the many failures of the Xbox One, they're a distant second to Sony. But to their credit, they had been doing everything right. The potential is there at E3 2018 to regain that foothold in the upcoming next generation.
We know that exclusive games from our Microsoft studios are what originally turned so many of us into Xbox fans.
The first and greatest instance of us showcasing what we do for players is what we do with our studios.
Phil, he took out the credit card, went on a shopping spree, bought some amazing companies, started promising games.
I'm excited to welcome Undead Labs to Microsoft Studios.
It doesn't matter what your technology is. If you don't have the games, we were done. Content is king.
Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, a brand new Microsoft studio. The Initiative, Playground Games.
Yesterday was a huge moment. You brought not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 new studios.
The acquisitions kept coming at a blistering pace.
We'll be acquiring In Exile Entertainment, Obsidian Entertainment. We doubled the number of internal studios to 15 internal
Aí que começaram a botar pra fuder.
Double Fine Productions.
Buying all those studios, Microsoft focused back on the hardcore gamer.
We're highlighting 60 games for you. 14 games from Xbox Game Studios and over 30 games premiering in Xbox Game Pass. Let's jump in.
É falácia, eu acho, Conde.
Created one of the largest, most diverse catalogs in the industry. But Microsoft had its eye on one more target, and it was a big one.
We're really delighted to reach this agreement with ZeniMax and bring Bethesda into the Microsoft family.
The move adds 8 more studios to Xbox's first-party portfolio, including Bethesda Game Studios, id Software, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, and more.
What you really see us doing is broadening the opportunity for people to participate in what is one of the world's greatest entertainment and leisure time activities.
It's a game changer because it's bigger than anything else we've ever done in gaming. It's the 3rd largest acquisition in Microsoft's history, which still blows my mind. And so now more than ever, like, our commitment to games is absolute.
Enquanto a Sony tá lá dormindo. Tá lá comendo merda.
Microsoft's commitment to keeping fans on their toes was also
Enquanto a Sony tá lá, ó, dando risada de nervoso.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2019. I'm Jeff Keighley.
Tem que pegar a Ronald Chambers, ó, e não demora que os caras vão aumentar de preço, hein? Daqui a pouco tá todo mundo procurando Xbox. O preço vai despencar, quer dizer, vai subir o Ronald Chambers.
And then sometimes there's surprises that come out of nowhere. Enjoy this.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream.
A lot of dreams.
And that you could have the power.
I don't think anybody saw it coming. It was something completely unexpected.
Whoa, is this Elden Ring?
Even the video was deliberately designed, talking about power your dreams and the visuals of that.
Let's have a surprise.
BioShock?
And then, wait a minute, what was that?
Wait, what?
I just saw a car race through, and then there's like a soccer scene, and then by the time I saw Master Chief,
that's Halo!
Halo!
É, Hugo.
And finally, you would dream where you are now.
Seeing the streamers that were streaming and their reactions, that element of surprise is so magical and so powerful.
That's it. Oh, Scarlet!
Oh, yeah! Xbox!
Xbox
console. Wait, this is not the new Xbox console. What?
They're showing their new box?
What the heck?
For 18 years
Foi
and
foda
3
isso aí, cara.
generations, We've designed Xbox consoles to power your dreams.
Oh my boy! You dog.
Meet the Xbox Series X. It was nutso because I had no clue it was coming, and I was there.
Our fastest, most powerful Xbox will set a new bar for performance.
No final, Francel.
You know games are going to play better.
It is in fact the most powerful console you can have in your living room right now.
Yes! Yes!
Com muito orgulho consegui comprar o meu, cara. Graças a Deus.
Is the formation of our future in cloud.
Microsoft, meanwhile, launching a video game streaming service. All your games can be streamed right into your phone or your computer.
The same way the original Xbox bridged the gap from early adopters with broadband. This powerful
o Cuphead,
can play games locally. It's also going to connect to the cloud, so it will bridge the gap between traditional in the living room local gaming and cloud-based gaming.
We envision a world where you can play any game with anyone on any device. It is the next instance of what it means to game anywhere.
We're streaming from data centers around the world to people's cell phones. We have thousands of people doing it in 3 continents. Like, that's just crazy.
And I'll be damned if it doesn't actually, I mean, it works. It actually works.
Where are we?
I'm a big believer in the technology access story of Project xCloud. Think about the way you could unlock community.
One of the things we were really focused on with this generation was making Xbox available and appealing to the widest audience.
I think we have some unique responsibilities to bring people from different backgrounds into the experience. And in order for us to succeed in that, we need to have the right services and content and creators building things for all kinds of players.
It's about creating an opportunity for those that would not have had it otherwise.
2.5 billion people on the planet play video games today, half the connected world. And that is the scale of opportunity a company like Microsoft should go after. Being bold and making bets is part of the culture of what it means to be here. I think that's true now, and it was true from the beginning.
Jogão da porra.
Back to where it all began.
And we had some guys at Microsoft came and said, we should do a console. A Microsoft console?
It's insane to launch a game console. When you're Microsoft, you made frickin' Windows in a spreadsheet. Bill Gates took a bet on us.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where you were getting our energy from.
É, ô Francerto, um canal de verdade que não tem fake, é isso aí, né, cara? Opinião de verdade, entende sobre o assunto. Fico muito feliz, cara, que vocês ficaram na live toda aí o tempo inteiro. Muito feliz.
Turning point in how gaming is viewed. That evolution of people suddenly seeing the value of the community that comes with gaming.
There's a fundamental change to the way we think about human interaction.
There he is.
We can have deep, meaningful relationships with people a world away that we've never met in person.
11 years of playing together. 11 years. We finally see each other.
Escrevi o nome da música aí.
Even in recent history, you know, throughout 2020, we saw that people recognized this as a way to have a social experience in a time when we had to be.
É canal sem frescura, mano. E quando promete, cumpre, né? Eu prometi que ia fazer isso aqui. Tô aqui cumprindo.
Can sit and play Minecraft with friends and build and create something and connect. And at the core,
quem gosta de ver uma boa gameplay, fica sempre ligado no canal com o sininho ativado aí.
As Xbox continues to grow, I think it's going to continue to shape.
Salve, Sad Juliano. Haha, pode crer, Farma. 1000G no documentário em live, ele falou. Gabaritei o documentário. Podia, cara, e o documentário da Sony seria bem maior que o deles, porque tem mais tempo de história, né? Inclusive o Play 1 quase não saiu também, foi por causa só de um cara lá dentro que conseguiu fazer o Play 1. Ele que insistiu.
So I'm announcing the Xbox the future of console gaming, a whole new platform that all of you are going to take in directions that we can't even imagine. And the empowerment that comes out of this is going to be amazing. The power of X.
Acabou. Aí, galera. Como prometido, platinei o documentário. Mano! Vou ver se eu faço uma análise para lançar no canal aí. Aí vocês assistam o que eu achei lá do documentário. Eu acho que eu vou fazer, viu? Não tenho certeza. Tem muita coisa pra fazer ainda, cara. Amanhã tem live mercenária de tarde. E depois que eu terminar a live mercenária, eu vou meter o Dark Souls 3 de novo. Entendeu? Vou fazer meio cedo ali, pelas umas 2 da tarde. E depois mais tarde eu vou fazer a live do... Adorei, cara. Muito bom. Muitas coisas que eu não sabia. Obrigado a todos aí, galera, pela participação. Esse documentário vai estar completo no canal de lives. Pegou os 1000G. Então, fico feliz aí pela participação de todos. Nossa, manteve até agora, cara. Aqui 225, ó. Quase sempre nesse mesmo número, ou mais. Valeu mesmo, cara. Valeu a todos. Eu vou finalizando por aqui. Tenham uma boa noite. Amanhã de tarde aparece aí pra ver o que é live mercenária. Mesmo que não for pra participar, só pra dar muitas risadas. Mano, é muitas risadas mesmo, eu garanto. Quem tá meio triste aí é só aparecendo uma live minha que é sucesso e risada o tempo inteiro. E é isso aí. Falou, mano.